It is a beautiful Sunday morning for baseball as we wrap up opening weekend in Arlington for the third and final day of the Shriners Children's College Showdown presented by Kubota. Inside Globe Life Field, we jumpstart the day with a renewal of a former Big 12 rivalry as the Nebraska Cornhuskers take on the Oklahoma Sooners. Glad to have you with us on Flow Sports along with Ty Harrington. I'm Brain Freeman, and again, Ty, what a great tournament this has been to jumpstart a brand new college baseball season.
I mean, it's been opening weekend, opening day, and it's been incredible. And the talent out here this weekend has been unbelievable. The arms that they've run out there, everything has been exciting. Today's going to be no different.
Let's talk more about Nebraska Cornhuskers program led by Will Bolt. And Nebraska so far in the tournament, 1-1, won the opener against Baylor, fell short yesterday against Texas Tech.
Well, they've had to kind of rehaul a little bit of their lineup after losing so many draft picks the year before. And you're starting to see some of those guys settle in. Some of their at-bats are getting better. And again, they've been better on the mound. I mean, it's just an exciting time for both these teams, and particularly for OU coming off of a late night last night.
We now take a look at today's batting lineup, brought to you by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. So far, Nebraska in the tournament hitting .242. The lineup today for Coach Will Bolt. Brumbaugh, Overbeek, Carey start things off. Middle part of the order, Karen, Stone, and Swanson. And the lineup rounded out by Bradford, Evans, and Riley Silva here this morning. And this Nebraska batting order will be up against James Hitt, the Oklahoma starter, a year ago in his first year with the program after transferring from Texas Tech, was named honorable mention All Big 12.
Well, that's a good arm. I mean, you can see the stats, and I mean, it's a lot of breakers, a lot of changeups. Well, I tell you what, and then he wants to get after you with that fastball. And don't be surprised when you see him pitch the right-handed hitters on the inside part of the plate today. He likes to get underneath them with that fastball.
Again, the numbers for Hitt impressive, 6-2 a year ago and 70 innings of work. The Oklahoma Sooners also 1-1 in this tournament so far. Dropped the opener against Oregon on Friday, but then they won perhaps the game of the tournament last night in 10 innings against 9th-ranked Tennessee. This an OU program playing in its final year in the Big 12. This time next year they'll be in the SEC. 32 wins last year for OU. As you take a look inside the dugout to again Will Bolt for the Sooners, Skip Johnson for Will Bolt for the Huskers, will Skip Johnson for the Sooners. Guided this team to its 40th NCAA tournaments, and Skip Johnson's program just 2 years removed from the College World Series where they were runners-up in Omaha in 2022.
Not surprised. Look, I had a chance to watch that season. I got to see OU early in the year. And let me say this. First of all, I'm not surprised because Skip Johnson's at the helm of it, the success that they're having. But one thing always about one of Skip's teams, and you saw it on display again last night, they are always pitch strong. They know how to pitch. He knows how to develop pitchers. And if you watch him, he knows how to call a game. And it's fun to watch if you're a baseball purist.
And Ty, you said it. You look at the pitching last night against that potent Tennessee lineup. And Skip Johnson's staff was outstanding. 3 different arms combined for 15 strikeouts, especially good with runners on base. Tennessee was 1 for 15 against Oklahoma pitching last night in those situations.
I think we're ready.
Yes, we are. Hitt on the mound. Brumbaugh in the box. And a pleasant good morning to you from DFW in Arlington from Globe Life Field. First game of the final day, and we're underway with a ground ball to third, vacuumed up by Snyder. 1 pitch and 1 out starts this Sunday morning.
Well, 2 things it tells you as a coach. Number one, Nebraska being aggressive early, going after a first pitch, but also with Hitt, you started to see right him. He ran that fastball underneath the right-handed hitters. He wants to get that fastball underneath to open the gate for the changeup and the breaker away.
So 1 up, 1 down for James Hitt. Going to bring up Josh Overbeek for Nebraska. Having a good tournament so far, 4 for 9. And he's going to take a sinker on the outer half, but misses. 1 ball to no strikes to Overbeek. Takes another sinker, runs the count to 2-0, and again Overbeek, the batter here for Nebraska. You saw the numbers came from his JUCO program last year, where he hit .415 for Cisco Junior College, drove in 55. And now his first year with the Cornhuskers, that's in there for a strike, 2-1.
Taken all the way. Anytime the hitter before you starting a game, a particular leadoff hitter, swings at the first pitch, the next guy knows he's got to absorb a couple of pitches because he doesn't want the starting pitcher to have an easy first inning. You got to try to get a minimum or somewhere average around 15 pitches an inning out of these guys to get their pitch count up.
A miss high there from Hit. Runs the count to 3-1. Overbeek again at JUCO last year, but started his career at Pitt. Only 21 games with the Panthers before moving on to Cisco Junior College. It draws, so 1 out walks. Overbeek is on with his first walk of the tournament, and the Cornhuskers have their first base runner.
That's a great job right there, coming off a first pitch out, getting in there, being patient, making him throw the ball across the plate. Drawing a walk, also drawing some pitches out of Hit early.
Now Dylan Carey here for Nebraska, a sophomore from Castle Rock, Colorado. Coming off a productive freshman season last year, starting 53 games, hitting .275. And Carey so far a good tournament. Has hit a couple of doubles, has driven in 3. For Nebraska. Recapping the tournament so far for the Cornhuskers, started Friday with the very first game here at Globe Life, a 4-1 win over Baylor. And that game was tied 1-1 going into the 8th inning. Some big hits late from Dylan Carey, who's batting now. Garrett Anglin with a late home run. And Nebraska's bullpen held the Bears scoreless over the final 3 innings. Swing and a miss ahead of the changeup, 1-1.
I got down on the field a little bit before the game today to go watch BP and say hello to some old coaching friends. When I was down there, I had a chance to watch this young man, Carey, take BP. Now, he's an impressive in stature. If you look at him in height and shoulder and weight and strength, but let me tell you what's even more impressive. Watch that young man swing the bat. And he was putting on a show this morning. Obviously, there's a ton of scouts here for this tournament because there's so much talent in this tournament. And you could watch and look around the stadium and see, I mean, a lot of guys are focused in on him. He's a good-looking player.
Nebraska played in another tie game yesterday against Texas Tech. That was a 3-3 game going into the 9th inning. But the Red Raiders scored 3 times at the top of the 9th, all 3 runs scoring with 2 outs. Tough loss for Nebraska yesterday.
There you see right there coming back in with the inside fastball. When those hitters try to look out there for changeups and breakers away off left-handed pitchers, Hit loves to run that ball on the third base side of the plate, and he's good at it. And if you're good at it, you drive that thing, and it is really tough on those right-handed hitters to get that barrel inside of it and make any kind of extension contact with it.
And Carey shoots that to left field at a base hit, first of the day for Nebraska. And the strong tournament continues for Carey, his 4th hit. 2 on for the Huskers, only 1 out.
Just a good-looking piece of hitting right there. We're getting a chance to see this right here. Little change up away, stays on it, pulls it through the 6-hole, strong enough, keeps the bat in line. Look at this, right? Keeps that bat extended through the baseball in there long enough to get it through and drive it through with a barrel.
2 on, 1 out brings up Josh Caron for Nebraska. 1 for 6 so far in the tournament. With that win, by the way, over Baylor on Friday, Will Bolt is now approaching a milestone. Got 98 wins now at his alma mater. That ball is skied in the air into right. And Bryce Madron, plenty of time, makes a catch. And the runners are going to hold 2 outs.
ball not quite deep enough, Brant, for them to advance 90 feet. The good pitch, popped it up to right field. Watch Madron get behind. He'll get behind the ball. Brant does a good job as an outfielder, as a taught. Gets in position to throw. That's just textbook baseball, and particularly from the outfielders. Holding the runners at second base. Now it takes a single to get them in, as opposed to advancing 90 feet to third base.
Yeah, Tyler Stone batting with 2 on and 2 out. Left on left matchup. That's high for ball 1. So again, Ty Will Bolt 2 wins shy of 100 at Nebraska, where he was a second baseman of the early 2000s, team captain for a couple of World Series teams, and a very proud alum. He is one of just 54 Division I coaches who are now the head coach at their alma mater.
Yeah, and look, I had a chance. I want to say this my way. I'm young enough that I had a chance to coach against him in the early 2000s, and they really had it going on at that point in time. They were going to Omaha often, and he was a great team leader. We had a chance to compete against him, and you can see, when you coach long enough, you can see the guys that are leaders out there on that field, and he certainly was one of them.
Is young enough the right phrase?
It is for me. I said this was, I was going to say for me.
I'll bet that's what you'll say. So here's Tyler Stone for Nebraska, the count 2-1. Stone, a first-year junior college transfer from Iowa Western, really good JUCO program. Monster numbers last year, that's fouled back. OPS over 1,200. And JUCO hit 15 homers, drove in 66. And another player who actually began his career at a D1 program before going the JUCO route, and now in Lincoln. Stone began his career at Gonzaga. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the morning for James Hitt. But the throw to first base gets away. The runners advance. And now the throw to home gets all the way to the backstop. 2 runs are going to score. And Nebraska's on top 2-0.
Well, there's a lot to unfold right here, and we'll get a chance maybe to replay this. It's strike 3 on a breaker away from Stone into the dirt. Carmichael does a good job of blocking it, keeping over. He reaches for it, I think the first time, kind of missed it. Patiently reaches back down, grabs it, creates a throwing lane, and it just looks like maybe got under it just a little bit, Brant, and elevates the throw to first base. Here's the first piece. Blocks it, keeps it in front like you're supposed to, misses it, doesn't panic, gets back up, but then goes high with a throw. And now a lot of different things are going to go. It goes past him, a runner scores coming all the way from second in, and then the throw to the plate, not in time, and gets away from Carmichael again, allowing another runner to come in. 2 runs on an errant throw from the catcher.
Boy, difficult playing the air for Oklahoma. James said you get a strikeout, you believe you're out of the jam, you end the inning. But the errant throw leads to 2 runs. And by the way, Stone now at second base. 2-0 Nebraska on top. And for the Sooners, their 3rd error of the weekend. Now the inning extends to Gabe Swanson. Foul away, strike 1.
You know, after the play was made and everything, the dust settled a little bit, you saw Skip Johnson came out and was visiting with home plate umpire Doug Williams, and the reason for it was making sure that the runner wasn't in the lane. But really and truly, I think he was buying some time for his catcher and his pitcher to catch their breath to get ready for the next hitter.
Swanson, a big presence in the box, takes a strike, falls behind 0-2. Second team All Big Ten a year ago for Nebraska. That's high. Ball and 2 strikes to Swanson. The Cornhuskers' top returning run producer from last year, drove in 57 for Nebraska, starting in 49 games. Much bigger role that he had the year prior. On the check swing, he goes around. Now that time Carmichael able to find the ball and tag out Swanson to end the inning, but a critical error by Easton Carmichael leading to 2 runs for Nebraska. Cornhuskers on top early with Oklahoma coming to bat.
Watch me. Watch me grapple, move, and pin. When I hit the mat, don't underestimate the grin. I've got state championships and medals to show, but it's about more than just winning. This you should know. Overcoming odds through therapy and care. The road was long. Now opponents beware. Watch me. Game-changing sports medicine at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Protecting what matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's threats come from behind, above, and below, and we make sure those who serve stay ahead of them by connecting platforms necessary to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber, using technologies that protect in the same moment they detect. The mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen.
Globe Life Field is your home for college baseball with 3 full weekends of action starting February 16th at the home of the Texas Rangers. It all starts with the Shriners Children's College Showdown presented by Kubota featuring Baylor, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Oregon, Tennessee, and Nebraska. Next is the Kubota College Baseball Series with Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Michigan, and Oregon State in Weekend 2, and TCU, Texas A&M, Arizona State, and USC for Weekend 3. To get tickets and learn more, visit globelifefield.com/collegebaseball.
Today's batting lineup brought to you by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. This is the batting order for Sooners head coach Skip Johnson, John Spikerman, Bryce Madron, Easton Carmichael will lead things off with the first. Michael Snyder, Rocco Garza-Gongora, who had a big hit last night against Tennessee, along with Kendall Pettis, middle third of the order. Bottom third, Sooner newcomers Jackson Willits, Isaiah Lane, and Jason Walk, today's DH. On the mound today for Nebraska is Caleb Clark. Only 9 appearances a season ago. Record 1-1, 17 innings of work, elevated ERA, and a 14-11 strikeout to walk ratio on the mound here for the Huskers, leading 2-0 after a critical defensive mistake by Oklahoma in the top of the inning, committed by Carmichael. And Ty, you caught something after he threw the ball over the first baseman's head. And when the next batter came up, kind of threw a ball into the grass, trying to get it back to his pitcher.
Well, I mean, I think he was probably living back on that same throw, and so it happens to a lot of guys. And so he moved on to the next one, was able to fire the ball right back to the pitcher. And so now he did get. Look, it's a tough. Baseball's crazy. That's why learning how to control the baseball is so important. The defensive side of it, you take it for granted on throwing and catching the balls. We're going to see it again right here. And it is part of the game.
One away. Near the bottom of the first, Spikerman retired. As we look at the Nebraska defense. Behind Caleb Clark, Cornhuskers so far have fielded the ball really well in the tournament. .985 fielding percentage, only 1 error committed. And they have not allowed a stolen base in games against Baylor and Texas Tech. First pitch, a strike to Madron. You look back at the tourney for Oklahoma, lost the opener Friday to Oregon 4-2. If you recall, the Sooners got shut down by Oregon's bullpen. Oklahoma held to just 2 hits over the final 6 innings, but last night bounced back in a huge way, winning a thriller over number 9 Tennessee. That's a fly ball hit by Madron right to Evans in right field. 2 up and 2 down for Caleb Clark. 5-1 win for OU over Tennessee in 10 innings. We talked about how good the pitching was, and again, clutch hits in the 10th. It was Spikerman who hit the go-ahead double in the 10th inning, with Carmichael and Garza-Gongora adding some insurance. And speaking of Carmichael, steps into the box now. Swing and a miss. Change up from Clark. It's 0-1.
You know, if you go back and you look at the stats for Clark from a year ago, that's a high walk ratio for what you want for pitchers. That's just below 1 an inning at 17 innings and 11 walks. And the command wasn't probably where it needed to be a year ago. You can see where he and Coach Chills just have gone to work now, commanding, being able to go out there and first pitch changeups for strikes is huge, and then throwing the ball in the inner half of these right-handed hitters. You can see right there, he's got good life on that fastball as well at 91 miles an hour.
From Ontario, Canada. And Clark was ranked as one of the top 5 Canadian prospects coming out of high school. That's fouled away. Out of play for Easton Carmichael. And by the way, with his start today, Clark is just the 6th Cornhusker to be an opening weekend starter as both a freshman and a sophomore. Got those honors last year. And getting them again here in 2024. Do have to note that Will Bolt had to really reassess the weekend rotation this year as 2 of the starters from a year ago drafted this past summer. Just misses on the sinker.
Oh, what's a good looking fastball was in. Doug Williams, home plate umpire, he's seen a lot of pitches in his lifetime, and that ball was just in off the plate, but he would change up away, then he went back in with his fastball. Tried to double him up right there again. That's hard on those right-hand hitters because you want to try to look out over the plate and look away. And the guy can come in there with 91, 92 right underneath you and tie that barrel up.
Got a piece, and Carmichael stays alive. Sophomore out of Prosper, Texas, was named to the Big 12's all-freshman team a year ago. That ball headed towards the line and right, going to fall in fair for a base hit for Carmichael. Tucked into the corner. Carmichael on his way to second, and he's in standing with a 2-out double.
It's a great piece of hitting right there. They go a couple of balls in on him, fastballs and a breaker in on him. He stays with his plan, able to shoot this ball down the right field line. That's a great piece of hitting. Look at this right there, Brant. Sees it looking away. Now he's going to drive it to right field. Able to get all the way to second base for a double.
Easton Carmichael, the younger brother of Braden, who was the ace on the Sooner staff a season ago. Braden drafted over this past offseason. Really cool moment, though, for Carmichael. He was catching when his brother tossed a 2-hit complete game shutout against rival Oklahoma State.
How fun would that be to be a parent sitting up, or nerve-wracking?
Yeah.
Might be the right word for it.
But hey, once you get that 27th and final out, it's not nerve-wracking anymore.
Yeah.
There's Michael Snyder. Sooners so far 5 for 21 of the tournament with 2 outs. They were really good last night in situations with runners in scoring position against Tennessee. 4 for 11. Opportunity here for Michael Snyder with Carmichael at second.
Well, they'd love to answer. And after, you know, the error in the first inning, get, 2 runs, unearned runs, to be able to come back here maybe with a 2-out single to answer back with some runs and gain some momentum back from the mistake in the first inning would be important for OU.
Snyder so far 1 for 6 here in Arlington. Lone hit, a double. For a player last year at Washington, playing in the Pac-12 for the Huskies at 254. That rolls up the first base line. Karen can't find it, and Carmichael's going to take third base.
Well, that's a good job of base running. Ball gets far enough outside arm's length. You'll see the catcher go to his knees right here on the replay. Goes down to his knees, blocks it, does what you're supposed to, but once it goes that way, Brent, and the catcher's momentum's going away from third base, it's hard for them to pick that ball up and throw back towards third base. That's great base running.
2-2 to Snyder. string of base running times been a strength for the Sooners over the past couple of seasons. Grounded to the third baseman, Overbeek plays it well. Good throw to Stone across the diamond. And the Sooners strand Carmichael at third. We go to the second. Nebraska on top, 2-0 over the Sooners. Welcome back to Globe Life Field here in Arlington. Now time for today's coach interview, brought to you by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. Joined by Nebraska head coach Will Bolt. And coach, you have to like the way this game has started. 2 runs in the first inning and some good pitching from your sophomore in the bottom of the inning.
Yeah, we just a good fortune there with an error with a strikeout, but that's why you run down the line. You don't assume anything there. Stone did a nice job once he realized the ball was down, got down the line, and we ended up being able to score a couple runs and got the shutdown in the bottom half.
Hey, Will, it's time. I got to be honest with you, and they were talking about it earlier when you were a young player and I happened to be coaching against you, and I could see just a little bit of gray in that little facial hair coming out now that you're coaching. But first of all, tell us a bit what it means to you every day to go out here at your alma mater and be able to be the head coach and represent your university.
Yeah, Coach. Yeah, it is. It's everything. I mean, and when I first got into coaching, the thought of being able to come back and lead the way for the Huskers, I mean, that's a dream come true. So when people say, hey, I'm just living the dream, I really am.
Coach, we saw a lot of progression from your team last year, 10-win improvement from the year prior. How do you feel about your group heading into this season?
Yeah, I mean, we've played a pretty good brand of baseball the first 2 games here, kind of what we expected coming in. I like the toughness of the group, the cohesion. They're tight, even though we have a lot of new faces here. Just got to stay the course, just stay competing.
Coach, thanks so much and best of luck the rest of the day.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, that again, 5th-year head coach for Nebraska, Will Bolts, trying to pick up career win number 99 here today.
You know, you can see they're looking for the earpiece for the catcher, and look, this is how the game has changed so much, and for the better. Look, this is not a complaint by my thinking. You got technology; it speeds the game up. There's clarity now. There's no sign stealing, from the second base runner as often because everybody's getting the signs from the dugout. But with that, with technology, like anything else in life, you got to fix it every once in a while. You can see they've got, it looked like a paper clip.
Binder clips.
A binder clip that they were clipping it with. You can see Skip Johnson going, what's wrong with it? Let's go.
Well, apparently there were issues last night for Carmichael in the game against Tennessee. The battery died on that communication device. So Skip Johnson relays a call into his catcher, Carmichael.
To get the ever-ready battery.
Well, here's Ty shilling for battery companies and wouldn't throw up Duracell or Energizer.
Yeah, I mean, the Energizer bunny, right?
0-1 to Bradford. That's foul back. Ty, we talked to all these coaches about how much the game has evolved and changed over the last 5-10 years. You go even further back than that. You coached for 20 years at the Division I level. How much has the communication changed in terms of getting a pitch call from the dugout to the field?
Well, I mean, it's the communication parts is, as you see, that's a lightning breaker on the outer half of the plate for a strikeout. It's huge because it's one, they're asking to speed the game up, right? So you're able to do that. And used to, you're giving signs from the dugout to the catcher. Everybody in the other dugout was watching. As you see that breaker running away from him, it was watching to see if they could pick up your pitches, signs, you know, when runners would get at second base. So many things about it. It's just sped the game up, and it's made it cleaner.
Second, or make it the third strikeout for hit. Now facing Cole Evans here with one away the second.
You can see Skip right there holding his hand over his mouth too, making sure nobody's reading his lips, and then also trying to get it in without any echo.
That's high 2-0 against Skip Johnson, regarded as one of the top pitching coaches in the country since his arrival in Norman. 24 Sooner pitchers have been drafted. His pitching so far in the tournament is at a 1.89 ERA against some really good lineups and 28 strikeouts.
Well, it'll be a competition, not by design, between Coach Johnson and Coach Childress, and how quickly these guys are so good at what they do and have been down this road so much. You'll be able to see just how quick they get the next pitch in and how ready they are. They're one pitch ahead, if not two pitches ahead on each batter.
That's fouled back by Evans. So far, Cole Evans 1 for 5 over the weekend with a couple of strikeouts. Was the third leading hitter for Nebraska a year ago. Check swing, does he go? He does, says Scott Johnson at first base. 4 straight strikeouts now for James Hitt, 2 down.
Well, they got him sped up with a fastball, and on the pitch before, and he comes back. Watch this inline breaker. That thing's like that same fastball he was throwing in. Looks like a fastball. He just can't stop that barrel. That barrel does get out in front. It was the right call, and a good job. Carmichael scooping it up, keeping it in front of him, and tagging him out.
Nobody on, 2 away for Riley Silva. Ahead early, 1 ball, no strikes. Silva 2 for 7 here in Arlington. First-year junior college transfer from Barton County. Another Canadian in this game, by the way, from Ontario.
They've had a huge influence on the roster. I mean, I look at a lot of them coming through the junior college ranks and maybe even through the portal, but they've had a huge influence on this, you know, on the Nebraska roster and all over the country for that matter. Look, we talked about it yesterday or maybe on Friday that there's a lot of great young baseball players from Canada that, I mean, the weather's tough on them. So, man, you get a young guy like that, who knows how much potential they have.
Do have to note, by the way, that Oklahoma taking the field 10:30 first pitch here much earlier than that, obviously for BP and getting ready for the game. Less than a 12-hour turnaround after last night's marathon against Tennessee ended around 11 p.m. local.
Welcome to baseball. Welcome to college baseball. I mean, look, it's not ideal. I mean, it's not. But in the same breath, you know that as a coach. I mean, they know it as players. These guys have been doing. Hey, if you play travel baseball or in high school baseball even, good looking pitch right there. You're going to have to get up early every once in a while.
James Hitt strikes out the side as we take a look back at last night's incredible game between Oklahoma and Tennessee here in Arlington.
It's the nightcap on day 2 of the 2024 Shriners Children's College Showdown. Oklahoma out of the Big 12 against Tennessee. First pitch drilled by Amick. A long run and a beautiful catch. Kendall Pettis absolutely mashes one to right center. You can forget about it. Home run for Dreiling as the ball strike back. Another Another good move, and they got him. They're 2-2. Swing and a miss. Burke expecting bunts. He shows, and it's a diving attempt. Wow, it's caught. A double play. And they can get all three.
How about a
they get
play?
all three. Chop to the left side. Moore has to hurry, makes a strong throw to get the fast-running Pettis. Punches it to the left side, long run for Dreiling, can't get there, it's off his glove. Oklahoma takes the lead on an RBI double by John Spikerman. Chop to the left side, long run for Moore, he can't get there. One run is in, Carmichael scores, and it's another big knock for Garza Gongor to make it 5-1. Oh, and that does it. Oklahoma wins the marathon as they use a 4-run 10th inning to bounce back from a bitter defeat last night and take down top 10 Tennessee.
Now look, every game has had moments so far through the first 2 days, but last night and that game between Tennessee and OU had about everything. A triple play, drama. You had a pitcher being forced to change gloves. We'll talk more about that later as well, which actually happened before the triple play. Oklahoma coming through in a big way in the top of the 10th inning. And that was a phenomenal matchup between the Sooners and the Vols, which will eventually be a conference matchup in the SEC.
Well, it was excitement. I mean, to an incredible high level. I had a chance. I was sitting down in one of the suites below with Josh and with the Rangers, and I was sitting down there talking to them about, you know, baseball, and the life on those guys' fastballs on ground level was just unbelievable.
Garza Gongor, who had one of the big hits in the 10th inning last night, leads off the second with a base hit here. So the Sooners have their second hit of the morning, going to bring up Kendall Pettis. And Ty, so again, you have two great programs, Oklahoma against Tennessee. Both have been to Omaha in recent years. And the fan bases have traveled extremely well. Of course, Norman not too far here from Arlington, and the Vols fans, very passionate, have flown in from Knoxville. This felt last night like a regional, a super environment, maybe even somewhat like Omaha last night.
I don't think there's any doubt. The crowd was unreal, as you just mentioned, the excitement, the intensity. I'm telling you, when I was standing down there and I was at ground level, just to hear the mitt and the movement and the excitement and watching the kids run around, the players run around, and their energy, and I mean, it's a great way to put it. It was regional play, super regional play. Wouldn't shock anybody that's watching this or listening to this right now that this happened, that, you know, that does happen, you know, back in May, or, you know, looking ahead into May. Heck, I was sitting there at a restaurant watching the game on my phone. Next thing I know, I got like 4 or 5 people standing over my shoulder watching the game with me.
Pettis had a big catch last night in the game, grounds out here, but only one play for Nebraska on the force at second. That'll send Rocco Garza Gongor back into the Sooners dugout. Pettis to first base, and one out.
That's a good patient play by Brumball right there, by just staying with that ball. You're not going to get a double play out of this. He recognized it. Watch this drop step back there and just shovels the ball over to the shortstop. Not going to get two, but keeping the lead runner off of second base out of scoring position.
Brings up Jackson Willits with one away. And now that ball in the dirt. And going over to second base, the throw is in time. Karen guns him out. Brumball with the tag of Pettis. Good defense from Nebraska, and 2 outs through the second.
Oh, that's a great throw. He goes to his knees to block this ball right here. Gets up from the ground, picks it up, throws all in one motion, makes an intense throw, because that ball had a lot behind it to get him out at second base. And if you're OU, they're taught to run on ball and dirt, and that's exactly he reacted to try to get into scoring position.
Base is empty for Willits. Got 3-0. Brought out the triple play last night, and Willits was the one that hit into it. The first triple play for Tennessee since 1997. You know how long ago that was? That's when Peyton Manning was still a quarterback at Tennessee.
That was a long time ago.
Willits draws a 2-out walk. First walk of the game given up by Caleb Clark. Extends inning now to Isaiah Lane. Freshman here for the Sooners, a top 100 prospect out of the state of California from Chula Vista, California.
I'll be surprised if if they throw another breaker in the dirt or change up in the dirt, they'll try to go again. That's part of OU's baseball. I mean, they're looking to go 90 feet any chance they get. Zakir made a great throw, and on that throw, it's a great teaching for if you're a young catcher. He picks it up, does not go back to his glove, picks it up from the ground and throws in one motion, and that's critical if you're throwing from behind a plate, particularly if guys are going on ball and dirt.
Again, this is a program of base stealers. Over the past 2 seasons, 259 stolen bases. Another throw back to first, trying to shorten that lead. And Ty, you brought this up on Friday. With the way that OU runs the bases, they call it creating chaos, but chaos again spelled C-H-A-O-U-S.
Yeah. Yeah, and when I saw it, I was like, hey, have I been spelling chaos all this?
Wrong all this time?
Which is possible, by the way.
I'm just glad you didn't spell with a K.
Yeah, right. I guarantee you, Willits is trying to get out of there and steal right now, and they're doing a good job with the left-handed move over there, keeping him at bay a little bit. But any chance they can, trying to catch him in a breaker count or trying to guess if it's a changeup, and which helps you as a base runner trying to get out of it for a steal. And we're gonna see Coach Childress come out and just talk to him. I think he got sped up a little bit with the base runner at first base.
You mentioned Coach Childress, Rob Childress. This is his second year now at Nebraska. Of course, the head coach at Texas A&M for 16 seasons. Took the Aggies to the World Series twice. He's been one of the greats in college baseball for a long time. Yeah, he is. He's a great person, too, by the way. I mean, and a true friend of mine, longtime friend and competitor, which, some people can confuse that at times. You can be all the above. And he's a great motivator. He's incredibly creative with his thoughts. He reacts on his thoughts. And he's a tremendous teacher of how to throw a baseball and where you're trying to throw it and what how to compete with it in big moments. He's always been able to do that. When he was at A&M, he was always known for having, ironically, we're seeing one out here today, having about 10 left-handers on his staff, and certainly out here today as well. But he's a great teacher. 2-0 to Lane. And this is second at-bat here over the weekend. Another throw back to first base. And again, Willits back in. You got a little cat and mouse game going on right now. Willits is trying to get out there and go steal second base. And I think what Coach Childress was doing was just trying to slow his pitcher down a little bit. And let's get back to pitching. On the ground is short. And the flip to second, carry to Brumball will take care of the Sooners in inning number 2. We've played 2. The lead is 2 for Nebraska. On top, 2-zip as we head to the top of the 3rd on Flow Sports. We said it at the top of the broadcast. This a renewal of a former longtime conference rivalry in the old Big 8 and later the Big 12. Nebraska versus Oklahoma. These two have played each other exactly 250 times. However, this is the first meeting between these two programs in 13 years. Last played each other in 2011 in what was Nebraska's final year in the Big 12.
Well, I think a lot of people, you know, when it was the Big 8, you got to be of a certain age to recognize when that was, and how important these two teams were in that conference, and then the Big 12. And I mean, it's a good. I'm not going to use the word heated. It's a vibrant, you know, two teams getting after each other. I mean, they like it, and fan bases, all the above. They remember. I mean, I'm sure you could throw out some football and some baseball games out here, and half these fans are going to remember, if not all of them, are going to remember it.
Brumbaugh fouls it away. His second at-bat of the morning, slowly turning into the afternoon. Aiden Brumbaugh, sophomore from Edmond, Oklahoma. Didn't play with the Sooners last year. He was a redshirt after transferring in from Oklahoma State.
I was trying to come up with healthy rivalry. That's what I was headed with that, Brand, just so you know.
I figured as much, and you would know a lot, Ty, obviously with your ties to the University of Texas.
Well, yeah, all three of them have a lot of rivalries.
And did that get a piece of him? No, in the dirt. Cat fields to Brumbaugh, 3-2. It's Brumbaugh, Overbeek, and Carey for the Sooners in the top of the third. Team that won 33 games last year, a 10-win improvement from a year ago, the 10th biggest win improvement in the nation in 2023. And Will Bolt excited about this year's team. A lot of offensive production back from last year. 46% of the offense back from a season ago as Brumbaugh draws a leadoff walk. First time the leadoff man has reached for Nebraska today.
Well, that's going to swing it back to the top of the order. I mean, I'm sorry, I got confused a little bit right there. My bad. But with him at the top of the order, now the top third of your lineup has a chance to do something the second time that they've seen the pitcher. You start to gather information as the game goes on, and particularly after you're at bat, when you go in the dugout, Brant, you sit in and you just watch these guys and see the pattern that they're trying to pitch to and how they're trying to attack you.
Joshua Overbeek walked and scored in his first at-bat. Although a lot is back for Nebraska, also several players drafted this past year. Fourth in the top 10 rounds. First time that's happened for the Huskers program since 2005. And the highest pick, Bryce Matthews, 28th overall to the Houston Astros. That bunt's going to shoot foul. 0-2 to Joshua Overbeek.
It's kind of interesting. He hit that time on the mound, used a slide step instead of using his leg kick. Went to a slide step, trying to protect the possibility of a hit and run, shorten it up to the catcher some, which would have allowed him a little bit more time to throw if they did swing and miss or if it was a steal situation.
43rd pitch of the day coming up for James Hitt. Puts the bunt down, able to keep it fair. That's productive for Overbeek. That'll move Brumbaugh over to second base.
If you want to look at how a bunt, a sacrifice bunt, supposed to be, this is it right here. The runner on first. You want the first baseman to have to come in and make this play. We get a chance to see it right here on replay. This is just textbook right here. Out over the plate, back foot down, behind him where you can see the right side, pushes it to the right side, stops to allow the runner to make sure he gets to second base.
Will Bolt showing a lot of confidence in Josh Overbeek, still putting the bunt on 2 strikes.
Well, I mean, he's got a lot of confidence in that player over. I mean, obviously they have what that is too, though, Brent. That's confidence in that play. That tells you they work on that nonstop. He basically saying, I'm giving you 3 chances to get him over. Let's get it done.
Dylan Carey batting here as the only hit so far against hits. Slider got the best of him there. It's 0-1. Go back to the Cornhuskers' loss to Texas Tech yesterday. The biggest issue at the plate, not coming through with runners in scoring position. 1 for 12 against the Red Raiders. Carey able to check his swing that time, as you saw hit come back once again with a breaking ball.
He did. He's throwing that, the first time around now he went a lot of fastballs in on him. So he's throwing that breaker, Brant, on the same line, that inside fastball line. And that's why you'll see those guys start to check their swing when they recognize, sometimes too late, that it's a breaker as opposed to a fastball.
And again on the appeal, Scott Williams says he checked his swing. So far it's gone slider, sinker from hit. That ball ripped foul. Count even 2-2 to Carey.
He's a good-looking hitter. I mean, he stands in there with such a presence. I mean, obviously, if you're hitting in the 3-hole of Nebraska's lineup, you're a good hitter. But he just stands in there in a wide stance. Not a whole lot of frills to it. Not a whole lot of movement to it. Just normally direct to the baseball. Bat stays in the zone a long time.
Lays off the breaking ball that time. Fills the count 3-2.
And Brant, with a base open right now, it wouldn't shock me if he goes to something off speed or something in on him off the plate, getting him to try to get him to chase and swing. Because even if you walk him, you still get a chance for double play with the next guy as well.
Little cat and mouse game there between Hit and Brumbaugh at second. Brumbaugh, good speed off the bag at second base. Full count from Hit. Struck him out. Came back with a breaking ball. 2 outs.
Yeah. Again, this is a big pitch right here. With the base open, there's an opportunity. He could go to his breaker changeup. He's been throwing those fastballs in. Throws that inside fastball, inside line breaker right here off the inside fastball, and just got that barrel going. It's hard to lay off as a hitter. It is. You recognize fastball in your first rotation in your mind, and you're trying to pull that thing to the left side. Wasn't able to lay off of it. It's a great pitch.
Also thought it was a good pick by Carmichael behind the plate. That breaking ball kind of hit the dirt. With his ability to pick it, that keeps Brumbaugh at second.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, if you're gonna throw power breakers, your catcher is going to go to his knees often, and that's why the value of having a great catcher is so important. Those pitchers have got to know in those situations they can bury those breakers into the dirt.
Karen goes around. Doug Williams doesn't need the appeal that time. Quickly 0-2 to Karen. Nebraska trying to bring Brumbaugh home. Had the leadoff walk. 2 outs later, he's stuck at second. Nebraska does have 7 2-out hits so far over the course of the weekend. 0-2. Got him. Back-to-back punch outs. James Hit. And able to navigate around the leadoff walk to Caden Brumbaugh. James Hit has piled up 7 strikeouts in his opening weekend start. Today's coach's interview is brought to you by Shriners Children's, the most amazing care anywhere. We're now joined by Oklahoma head coach Skip Johnson. And Coach, I want to talk to you about James Hitt, 3 innings, 7 strikeouts. What do you make about the way that James Hitt has pitched so far today?
He's just fighting through it and just making quality pitches when he has to. That's the biggest thing.
Hey, Skip, Todd, last night's game was a classic game, like I said, between two unbelievable teams. Great power both teams, but great pitching. And then you guys got to, in late last night, a lot of emotion, and then you got to get up early this morning and get it going again. As a coach for you, are you concerned about that, or what do you tell your team in that situation?
Yeah, you're always concerned about the health of your team, no doubt about that. But, you know, that's what the plan is. You can't look at it. You can't feel sorry for yourself because the game wants you to feel sorry for yourself. You just got to keep grinding out and go pitch to pitch.
Coach, what do you like the most about your team coming into this season?
I think the tenacity and the fire and how they go about their business.
Well, Coach, thank you so much. Best of luck the rest of the game.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for what you do.
You got it. That against Skip Johnson, 7th year at Oklahoma. And his Sooners split the first 2 games in Arlington, looking for a winning weekend as they bat here in the bottom of the 3rd, trailing 2-0. Skip Johnson was the pitching coach at Texas for 10 years for Augie Garrido. Came over to Norman in 2017. First year was an assistant, took over as head coach the following year. And Ty, you know this too, just a huge junior college background, 13 years as a head coach at one of the great JUCOs in Texas, Navarro.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a tremendous head coach, and he gets, his reputation is being such a tremendous pitching coach and teacher. He's an unbelievable mind in the game of baseball itself. I mean, you got to sit with him in a game and watch a big league game. And then he and I would come in Arlington and watch games, and just to hear him, you know, analyze the game and what goes on. He's a tremendous teacher. He's a great motivator, but his knowledge of the game has always been great. And now that he's gotten, you know, I don't use this word, he's gotten a little bit older, he gains so much more experience, and he's able to just to initiate it out to his players. And well, and you're seeing it. But you know, they were a game away from a national championship 2 years ago.
When Ty, talking to you earlier, I thought that as the years go by, coaches get younger.
We do get younger, but our minds get more experienced. Don't forget that, right? I mean, it's. I look. I told you the other night when they showed a camera shot of him, you could look into his eyes. There's so many pitches in those eyes and in that brain that have seen so many great things, and he evolves with the game too. By the way, he understands the analytics and that everything that goes along with it.
The Sooners have some players with good baseball names. Jason walked to lead off the inning, and hitting 3rd of the order again, Easton Carmichael.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a lot of kids this age and even a little bit younger, the name Easton, that all came through, you know, when Easton on the bat part of it. And I guess in the future we'll see some guys named Marucci and Louisville, and says, okay, that probably doesn't fit. Yeah, it does fit, eh?
That works.
Yeah, it does.
Speaking of equipment, again, one of the big things that came from last night in that marathon game between Tennessee and OU was what happened before the triple play. As that sliced foul by Spikerman. So Chris Stamos, the pitcher for Tennessee, had come into the game, was wearing his gray and kind of orange glove, and was told to change it. Had to change gloves to one they had in the dugout, a blue glove, and then right away forces that triple play for Tennessee.
Yeah, and so there's rules in the book about the colors of glove for pitchers and whether it, you know, deflects the sight for the hitters. And you know, and look, the umpires are given rules, and you get a chance, you can see Bramer's out there with him and talking to him about the color, and you know, it's kind of grayish, and so, you know, does that create some kind of, you know, optical, I'm not sure, delusion for the hitters, and you know, they're given a list, as you can see, that's a good looking pitch right there. They're given a list of rules that they're supposed to follow, and he thought that that's what that was, and And then after he made the catch, you could see the teammates were all pointing at the new glove that was out there for the play. And hey, that's college baseball. That's fun. I got to be honest with you. I mean, it just gives you a little something extra to the game, and that goes along with it.
John Bramer was the one that had Chris Stamos change his equipment from that gray and orange glove to a blue one. After the strikeout of Spikerman, he's 0 for 2 with a couple of punch-outs. The only strikeout victim Caleb Clark has had today. Here's Bryce Madron batting for the second time for OU. Just 1 for 10 so far in the tournament. And that slider is in there for a strike. Madron preseason all Big 12 conference. The Sooners' top power hitter last year swings and misses another slider. 0-2.
Both pitchers are throwing power breakers right now. And you're wondering, if you're sitting at home wondering, well, why are they swinging at that? Well, you go get in the box, you put your spikes in between those white lines and see where that breaker starts, and then how far it breaks away from you. It is a hard, tough breaker.
Got him again. With Caleb Clark, a healthy dose of the breaking ball against Madron. Back-to-back strikeouts, and now there's 2 down.
Those breakers, Brant, watch this right here. Those breakers start in the hitting area. So as a hitter, they're starting right where you think it's a strike, and then you just can't stop the barrel. You can see the frustration with him, but it just tells you how good and how hard those breakers are.
Here's Easton Carmichael, doubled off of Clark in the first inning.
I know Walk really wants to try to steal second base or find some way to get to second base. Ball in dirt, steal. Almost had a chance to get out right there. That ball went to the dirt. He had a late read on it. Sometimes when the ball goes right out in front of the catcher, it's hard on the runner because he thinks he can take one step and grab it, and he's right in line to throw to second base at that point. They really want the ball to go different directions, to the sides.
Change up that time from Clark. This offense lost one of his top hitters from a year ago, Dakota Harris. Led the Sooners in batting average this past season. Lineup held scoreless so far today. Put up 2 runs against Oregon on Friday, 5 against Tennessee last night. Catches the inner half of the plate with a fastball. A heavy dose of the off speed to the breaker, pumps in the heater. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Oh, that's tough. That is a tough pitch. A lot of breakers and changeups away, and then he comes in with that 90 plus right underneath you. Be curious to see right here if he goes back to that inline breaker off that fastball that he just threw in. He's set up for it.
That ball hit sharply on the ground, going to get through for a base hit. Walk on his way to third, going to stop there. Carmichael, another 2-out hit. 2 on, 2 out for the Sooners here in the third.
Oh, it's a great job of hitting right there. Breaker and again. Didn't quite have the same depth as the one he's thrown before. He's able to get his hands inside this ball and drive it back up the middle, just out of the reach of the short stacker. And then I tell you what, Silva makes a good play because when he first came up, he wanted to try to throw that ball to third base, but didn't, held up, threw the ball to second to keep the batter runner Carmichael from going to second base.
And now Clark facing Michael Snyder. Walk at third, Carmichael at first. 2 outs here in the third inning. Snyder 1 for 7 so far in the tournament for an Oklahoma team. Again, playing in his final year in the Big 12. This time next year will be in the SEC. Recently announced, by the way, that OU's permanent opponents in the SEC, each team allotted 2 of those permanent opponents. One of them, no surprise, Texas. The other, Missouri.
I mean, look, I guess geographically it needs to make sense, and then rivalry-wise, it's got to make sense for everybody. I mean, you know, everybody's a rival when you get into that league, it seems like. And
that ball ripped to left, and it is a foul ball. Just foul.
There's not a whole lot of space down those lines. That ball had to be just barely foul. I'll tell you what, that was a good swing, and we get a chance to see this. Oh, you talking about just getting the barrel inside that baseball and driving it pull side. Can't be by, yeah, it wasn't by much. We get a chance today. I'd like for you to go back through the dimensions of this field again, and your research on that was impressive.
Oh, sure,
and
yeah.
everything that it meant, and why, you know, the history of the Rangers and they're part of it, and them to think of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea for other franchises moving forward. That hits him. And so Snyder's going to head to first base. Walk was on his way home, but a hit batter. Ball is dead. And so that'll load him up for Rocco Garza-Gongora.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they start to kind of get their bullpen shaking a little bit. A minute ago, they're one strike away with a runner on first, right? This is how crazy everybody thinks baseball's slow, but it's fast and it can happen in a hurry. Now all of a sudden you look up and got bases loaded.
And that throw hit the back of Carmichael. Walk's going to come home and score, and the Sooners are on the board.
It's a blind pick to second base, and the pitcher gets up on the mound. There's no sign. Catcher drops his glove. It's an old play where the shortstop comes in behind the runner as soon as he gets to second base, and he tries to pick. And in the meantime, watch this. He sees it. It's a blind pick. Gets in the way of it. Hits him on the back. Ricochets and allows Walk to come in and score. I mean, it's a great play that's used often when a guy gets to second base without a whole lot of signs, anything going on. He was just able to slide in between it, ricochet off the back, and a run scored.
And now Nebraska is sending an army of players into the bullpen. The pitch count for Clark is up to 61. He's in trouble here in the third. Yes. Rob Childress is out there on the mound now, and that Nebraska bullpen about to get stirring in a big way.
You guys described it just right. It looked like the whole staff ran out to the bullpen. Everybody that's available for relief today made their way out there. Maybe even a couple extra that aren't ready for relief just wanted to go out there and hang out.
Garza-Gongora already has a hit today. And now 3 hits over the weekend. 2 on, 2 out. And the tying run at second. Came back with a slider at the knees for a strike. And getting back to the SEC talk, we spoke to Skip Johnson early in the week. Said, well, yes, he's extremely excited about getting started in the SEC next year. He has really cherished all of his years in the Big 12. Between his time at Texas as an assistant, and of course here at Oklahoma.
You can go deeper in that. When he was a junior college coach, he had so many players that were playing all over the Big 12 then as well. I mean, he had a ton of them. And so his history with the Big 12 is deep, it's rich. He loves it. He loves every piece about it, but it's like anything else in life. It starts to move forward and moving into a new conference. They've got some facility upgrades coming now as well. And so I read some about that. Skip talked about how excited they are. And I'll tell you what, it's an arms race in college baseball, and I'm glad. It just makes our sport even that much better.
Well, the depth in that conference is just off the charts good. Arkansas, Tennessee, LSU, the reigning national champion, Florida, Vanderbilt. The list goes on and on. There are no off weekends in the SEC. Good play at the plate made by Karen, holding the runners at first and second.
Well, there is no weekends off. I mean, that's just, it's not a bad thing. I mean, you had teams that weren't making the SEC tournament. They were going to make regionals. I mean, it's just, there is no weekend off.
Long inning for Clark. Garza-Gongora, the 6th batter of the inning. And checks a swing on the appeal to Mike Morris at third. going to load him up again.
That's a great at-bat and a great take. Look, that's a slider away. Got runners in scoring position. They're on the move. You feel aggressive as a hitter. And for him to hold back right there and take that slider away, that's an impressive at-bat.
Here's Kendall Pettis, and that's going to lead to a change for the Sooners.
Yeah, Brand, I felt like that if he didn't get the left-handed hitter, if he didn't get him out, I think they were trying to get him one more hitter, see the left-left matchup, and since he didn't get him out, I felt like they might make a change.
Well, that's it for Caleb Clark as Rob Childress takes the ball from him. New pitcher coming in for Nebraska. It's Tucker Timmerman. So the Cornhuskers looking to get out of a jam and trying to keep this lead intact. Bases loaded. Still on top 2-1 here in the bottom of the third.
Done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Get it done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Get it done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Let's get it. Done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Get it done, get it right in the fields, let it out. Let's get it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. We've got some of the best college baseball in the country today, and this broadcast is brought to you by Kubota. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. And Shriners Children's 6 remarkable kids have each teamed up with a participating university for the Shriners Children's College Showdown Team Fundraising Challenge. All weekend long, teams will compete to see which fan base can raise the most money in support of Shriners Children's. Go online to ShrinersShowdown.com to donate in honor of your favorite team today. We are back at Globe Life Field, and Oklahoma is threatening 1 run already in this half inning. The bases are juiced, 2 outs. As Will Bolt has gone to the bullpen for the first time, taking out Caleb Clark for reliever Tucker Timmerman, a freshman for the Cornhuskers and a player that Coach Bolt believes will be a Friday night starter in the very near future. He pitched in the win against Baylor on Friday, got the win against the Bears, hitting in 2/3. There you see his line. No runs given up, only 2 hits. What was a 4-1 win for Nebraska. And he takes over now, tied a very tough situation.
Oh, it is a tough situation. And you know, for freshmen, it's, you know, sometimes you wouldn't expect. This is how much they trust him and believe in him to put him in a situation where the base is loaded, because you've got to come in and execute strikes. And I'd be curious to watch right here if OU is sitting, you know, a red right here ready to swing right off the bat, and they are. And the answer is part of it. They know he's going to throw a strike, and they know they are trying to throw a strike and get aggressive in that moment.
Just went around the horn with the runners on base. Carmichael, Snyder, Garza, Gongora, third to first. Pettis looks at the ball inside. Kendall Pettis, a great play in the outfield last night in the win over Tennessee. Senior out of Chicago, coming off a really good year last year for the Sooners. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh, 91-mile-an-hour fastball right there, running in on Pettis. Just tying that barrel up. It's hard to get extended on that when that thing just keeps boring in on you.
And the best numbers of his career last year for Oklahoma. Here Pettis strikes out of the sinker. Timmerman out of the pen, out of a jam. The Sooners leave them loaded. Nebraska goes to the bullpen. Tucker Timmerman comes through at the end of 3. Cornhuskers 2, Sooners 1. You're watching the Shriners Children's College Showdown on Flow Sports.
Wow. Watch me. Watch me roll, grind, and spin. Playgrounds for wheels. That's always a win. Won with my chair, but never held back. I do things sitting down most people standing can't hack. Some might say my condition was fate. My doctors would tell you I'm just redefining great. Watch me. Life-changing orthopedic excellence at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
The American Western Weekend. 2 nights of Western sports and live entertainment. Deep in the heart of Texas. March 8th and 9th, Globe Life Field. Friday night, the American Performance Horsemen with a concert by Luke Bryan. Saturday night, the American Rodeo with a concert by Post Malone. The American Western Weekend, March 8th and 9th. Tickets on sale at AmericanRodeo.com.
Again, the Nebraska Cornhuskers, a 10-win improvement from a season ago. After winning just 23 games in 2022. And you see the home runs, a program record, although talking to Coach Will Bolt, this year's team won't be as reliant on the home run this year. Should have less swing and miss stuff and will run a lot more this season. Talked about the improvement from the year prior. The Huskers finished 4th in the Big Ten last year after finishing 8th in 2022.
Sometimes as a coach, the year before, if you struck out a lot, but you hit a lot of homers, you say, okay, we're going to go out and recruit some guys who don't strike out as much and maybe not as power. Then we move our offense to a faster offense, per se. And then sometimes what fits your philosophy. And then, you know, if you go out and you're hunting a shortstop and then all of a sudden you look up and your shortstop's got power too. I mean, so I don't, you know, sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's by fate. And sometimes the game dictates, you know, the types of teams you want to go try and get. And your ballpark, by the way.
Tyler Stone leading off the 4th inning here for Nebraska, facing James Hitt, his 4th inning of work. 7 strikeouts so far for Hitt. And the 2 runs not earned against Hitt. Again, it was a critical throwing error by Easton Carmichael. Runners on base, and Hitt struck out Stone in the 1st inning, and Oklahoma thought it would end the frame, but the errant throw to first base to secure the strikeout was wide of the target, and Nebraska scored twice off that play.
It's a tough play. I mean, the game's, you know, securing and taking care of the baseball is, it's not as easy as it always looks, and things like that happen in any level, not just college, happens in the big leagues as well. It's unfortunate at times, but it's part of the game.
And Stone hits that one deep into the second base hole. And Lane able to make the throw in time. 1 up, 1 down. Stone is 0 for 2. Going to bring up Gabe Swanson for Nebraska here in the 4th inning.
I'll tell you what's impressive, though. Carmichael was involved in that throw. Young man's got 2 hits. Come back with a doubles next time up. That next half, yeah, doubled, and he's got a single, and that's what you want to see. He's competitive. All right, I made a mistake. You know what? I'm going to get back in the box and do my part offensively.
Our coaches talk about it all the time. It's worth echoing. This is a game of failure, right? The ones who are Hall of Famers, the big league level, fail 70% of the time at the plate. It's all about overcoming adversity.
Overcoming and adjusting to it. I mean, and you know, look, it happens, and being able to move on to the next moment. Don't carry it with you, and he certainly has not. He's done an unbelievable job of hitting after that, defending the base, gone to his knees a couple times and blocked some balls with 2 strikes to tag the runner out and not let the runners advance. I mean, and look, let me tell you what, that's an above average breaking ball he's having to block tonight or this afternoon.
Gabe Swanson has struck out once already. Behind 0-2. Able to lay off a good 2-strike pitch there on the slider. Swanson, 2nd team All Big Ten a season ago for Nebraska. One of 4 Cornhuskers earning all Big Ten honors. Hit 18 home runs last year for Nebraska. Here he strikes out. Number 8 for Hitt. Got him with a changeup. 2 down.
Well, just a good-looking pitch. We get a look at it right here, Brant. Those little change-up kind of out over the plate just a little bit. Sinks, just watch it just sink right underneath that barrel. He does a good job of attacking. We've seen more breakers than we've seen change-up. Sometimes when you get second and third times through the lineup, pitchers will start to adjust to you. They don't want you to stay in, or they won't stay in the same pattern with you.
Pitch count at 59 for hit. Misses there to Clay Bradford. 1 ball, no strikes.
I tell you what, it's tough being an umpire anyway. These catchers are so good at dragging those balls back into the strike zone. They get underneath them so well now that the catching's changed. They get look at them. They're back down on that knee right there, and they're able to get that glove underneath it and drag it in there. And it makes the fans feel like, wait, that was a strike. You know, I mean, it's off the plate, and boy, that catching part of the game has changed in the last 5 years. Those guys have gotten so good at it.
1 ball, 1 strike to Bradford. And Ty, I think you know the Bradford family pretty well. His older brother, Kyle, played for you.
Yeah, when I was going through the roster, I thought that's what that was. And which Kyle was a great pitcher for us, one of my all-time favorites, did a great job. It's a great baseball family, an unreal family. And look, I've had a chance to kind of follow him some too. And good looking swing right there as well, but his older brother Kyle did pitch for us. Now he's a professional golfer, I think. Every time I look up, he's playing golf.
Bradford was a Division II player this time last year at St. Mary's in San Antonio.
I saw him when he was a lot younger. He wasn't as physical as he is right now. He's done a good job in the weight room, getting stronger. The game's important to him, so he puts in the work. Of course, Nebraska's always going to have a great training program and weight trainers. And, I mean, you can see the physicalness of him now.
Hit over 400 last year at the Division II level. Looking to get on base in the 4th inning against James Hitt. He's been dynamite so far for the Sooners. Strikeout number 9. James Hitt has retired 5 in a row. Carves up Nebraska in the 4th inning. We head to the bottom of the frame in a 2-1 game.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
3 bands, 1 stadium. Def Leppard, Journey, the Steve Miller Band, together. 3 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame icons. Their biggest hits, August 12th, Globe Life Field. Tickets on sale now at DefLeppardJourney2024.com.
Sometimes you just need a little wonderful in your life. So why not go to a place made for it? Arlington, Texas. It's a city made for fun and excitement and all the things you love to do. And even some things you didn't know you loved until you came here and found them. Come see for yourself why Arlington is a world of wonderful.
Again, James Hitt has been dynamite so far for Oklahoma through 4 innings, 9 strikeouts this afternoon for OU. Ty's stuff has been electric.
His stuff has been electric. It's been pinpoint. That thing right there, that breaker right there, you're seeing it over and over again, is a power breaker.
But even with a strikeout, one of his punch outs early in the game, there was a mistake by Easton Carmichael. A throw sailing wide of Garza Gongora at first base allowed 2 runs to score. But the only offense for Nebraska today against Hitt, but enough to take a 2-1 lead into the bottom of the 4th inning.
Well, he did what was right because he reached fourth the first time and missed it, Brant. And he went back to get it, make sure he took his time and got it. And I think he slowed everything down so much. Elbow just got under the ball and it flew over the first baseman's head.
This is the 2nd inning of work now for Tucker Timmerman. Or actually, no, it is a new pitcher for Nebraska. I beg your pardon. Timmerman came in for the 1 out, a huge one in the third, a strikeout with the bases loaded. And now into the game for Nebraska is Drew Christo. So the third different pitcher Will Bolt has used here today.
Well, what you saw was a great veteran move. Rob Childress bringing Timmerman that he threw on Friday, right? Inning and third, so you don't want to overexpose anybody this time of year. Knew that it was a bases loaded situation. Felt it with the right matchup to run that two-seamer in on the right-handed hitter and was able to do it. Got him out of a jam. Had a lot of confidence in that freshman in that moment.
Christo, a big presence on the mound. 6'5", 235-pound right-hander from Elkhorn, Nebraska. 11 appearances for the Huskers a year ago. Good numbers, 3.24 ERA, and a little more than 16 innings of work. Nothing in one to Jackson Willits. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Brant, that little break when Doug Williams behind home plate was telling the hitter on deck from OU just to move. He was too far back towards home plate. And when that happens, they want those guys to get back on the on-deck safety first. And the second piece of it is they don't want it to be able to see the pitches like it closer to home plate.
Swing and a miss. Fastball with some sinking action there from Christo, who's making his debut on the 2024 season. Willits able to lay off. Count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Freshman hitter jackknifes out of the way and takes the leadoff walk. Second walk, Willits is drawn. And the leadoff runner is on for the Sooners for the second time.
Well, everybody loves offensively to have their leadoff guy on. You know, this is kind of a, when you're not a home run-esque type team where OU likes to run the bases and create chaos. Well, what you want on the bottom third of your lineup right now is a walk, and now let's see if they start to change and move their offense. Yeah. Whether they try to bunt, hit and run, sometimes in a bunt situation like that, Brent, if they don't get a bunt down or it's a ball, don't be shocked if on the next pitch you see them go to a hit and run. Something to try to put the game in motion.
You brought up the home run in Oklahoma, not a huge part of their offense. Only Baylor hit fewer homers in the Big 12 a year ago, and the Sooners have not hit a home run this weekend. On the ground at third, Overbeek to second, and the relay back to first for a 5-4-3 double play. Overbeek, Brumbaugh, Stone, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Man, what a play by Overbeek. Watch this. He's in tight because of the bunt, right? Look at him on inside the edge crash, backhand, set that right foot down. Perfect feed to the second baseman on to first base. That is a beautiful double play.
Base is empty now for Jason Walk. Drew Christo just got a huge play from his defense. That is his second double play of the tournament turned by Nebraska. One, two. Jason Walk, true freshman batter here for the Sooners from Acworth, Georgia. And getting his first career start here this morning. Struck out looking. So Drew Christo gives up a walk, but got a double play ball and ends the inning with a strikeout. We head to the 5th inning. We're through 4 in Arlington. Nebraska with a 1-run lead over Oklahoma. And welcome back to Globe Life Field. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Nebraska clinging to a 2-1 lead over Oklahoma. These two former conference rivals again meeting for the first time since 2011. And batting here for the Huskers, Cole Evans to start off the top of the 5th. This is the 5th inning of work for James Hitt, who has been electric so far for OU. 4 innings, 9 strikeouts. The starter that the Huskers faced to open the tournament Friday against Baylor, Marcus Marriott, had 10 strikeouts. That was a game Nebraska won. Came up with some offense late to beat the Bears. Now looking to beat another Big 12 team. And Evans fists one to Lane at second base. 1 out here in the top of the 5th.
James Hitt has been really sharp today. He's been incredibly aggressive. He's in command of his emotions, his fastball and his breaker, both sides of the plate. I mean, this is, Brandon, he's at 70 or 68, 69 pitches in that area. I know they'd love to get him through this inning. Now, whether they would go any more or not, who knows? But his stuff is still incredibly electric early in a season like this on into the 5th.
Out of the plate, Riley Silva. Takes a strike. Spoke about him earlier, from Ontario, Canada. A well-rounded athlete in high school. Also ran track and played volleyball. All-district volleyball player. Just like Ty.
Yeah, just like me.
You know, we kid, but you were a multi-sport player in high school, Ty. You actually were offered a scholarship to play both baseball and football.
I was at Baylor University, which was my mom and dad's alma mater, and I was from Waco and felt like that was what I was going to do. Mickey Sullivan, the head baseball coach at Baylor at the time, and my dad had coached together at Baylor in football and baseball a long time ago, and it was where I was headed to go. And then, you know, to my great fortune, and not that it wouldn't, that my experience at Baylor would have been unbelievable, because I saw what it did for my family, my mom and dad. I mean, again, it was unreal, and it's a great place to grow up. But an opportunity came to me to go to Austin, to go to University of Texas at the time. You know, they were going to Omaha every year, and I'm glad I did. It was a great experience for me to play for Coach Gus as well.
Silva shoots that up the middle for a base hit. Just his second hit of the afternoon for Nebraska. Runner on for the Huskers now with 1 out of the 5th inning, as Nebraska will now flip the lineup card and back to Caden Brumbaugh.
Brent, that is a great piece of hitting. If you're getting that kind of hitting out of the bottom of your order, that is impressive. This ball's a fastball down. Watch him go down. Watch the flexibility in his lower half to get down there and get after that ball and stay on that ball and drive it back through the middle. That's a left-left matchup with an electric fastball. That's a great at-bat by Silva.
Pitch count for James Hitt up to 72 as he faces Brumbaugh for a 3rd time. Swing and a miss. Ahead of that changeup, 0-1. Son of a baseball player, his dad Cliff played college baseball at Delaware, and later time in the big leagues here in Arlington with the Rangers and also the Rockies. Brumbaugh with a fly ball to right field. Madron near the line, not going to get there. Goes off his glove as well. That's going to give the Huskers 90 more feet on 2 bases. Brumbaugh to second, Silva to third, and the Huskers are threatening here in the 5th inning.
Well, it's a great job of fighting that ball in. It was kind of in on him a little bit, Brent. He's able to get the barrel inside of it, fight it off to right field. Didn't kill this ball, didn't smash it, but placed it perfectly. Once it gets inside, pushes it out to right field. Right fielder Madron's got a long ways to come, can't get to it. Then the ball hits that ground or hits the turf and kind of spins away from him. And really aggressive, observant base running by the Huskers to move up 2 bases on it.
First double of the year for Brumbaugh, 3rd for Nebraska this weekend.
You saw him hesitate right there on that replay and look over, saw it got away from him, got his feet back underneath him and advanced 90 feet to second.
Now Overbeek, who helped turn that big double play in the bottom of the 4th inning. Fouls it off. Seeing a lot of swings here, confident swings right now for Nebraska.
Yeah, you are. That's a great pitch right there. It's back-to-back to each of the last 2 hitters. He's gone first pitch changeup. He was using that breaker early. Now he's gone to that changeup, particularly in RBI situations right now, trying to get a swing miss or a late ground off to the pitcher. When I say late, meaning off the end of the bat.
Can't check a swing. That's a strike. 0-2. 4 hits so far for Overbeek in the tournament. There's a walk today and a run. A chance here with runners second and third. 1 out. Hit. This is low. Trying to get Overbeek to chase, but wouldn't give in on the changeup.
Well, he did, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go back in with that breaker. But as a hitter right now, for Overbeek, you're trying to do everything you can to roll this. The worst case scenario is roll the ball in the middle of the field to the shortstop or second baseman to get that guy 90 feet in from third base, or fly ball to the outfield.
Nebraska so far today, 0 for 5. With runners in scoring position, so you go back to yesterday against Texas Tech. 1 for the last 17. Trying to build on a 1-run lead. Able to check a swing. Ball in the dirt. So you see hit get ahead 0-2. Trying to attack Overbeek low, but doesn't give in.
Well, they tried to get him to chase 3 times, and he hasn't chased. Now, this is the fun part. You know, 3-2 count. Base open. Does he go back to the breaker in, which is what he's tried to do right then to get him to swing over the top or swing miss? Because you do have a base open. So this is going to be, I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to attack him right here.
Full count. That ball hit towards left, and that's through for a base hit for Nebraska. Overbeek comes through, and the Huskers score twice. 2-run single, Joshua Overbeek. Huskers leading 4-1.
Well, that's a big time at bat for the Huskers right there. Doesn't chase Brand for those 2 pitches that he threw down in third early in the game. Those guys have been chasing that breaker. 3rd time through the lineup, you start to recognize it a little bit better. Laid off of him, got a changeup and was able to stay in. The changeup was up in the strike zone and able to pull it to the left side. It's a great at bat.
So James hit. Has given up 3 straight hits. Singles to Silva, and Overbeek sandwiched around the double from Brumbaugh. 2 runs are in. 3rd time through this order, and Nebraska looking a little bit more comfortable against James Hitt. That will get the Sooners bullpen moving. Part of the order batting now for Nebraska, looking for more. This is Dylan Carey with 2 runs already in.
You know, got a quick out early with a ground ball to second base. And Silva's at bat, to me, was huge and instrumental in turning this inning around for the Huskers. For him going down there and getting that fastball down and driving that thing back up the middle, kind of get the momentum going for the Huskers.
On the ground, rolls out towards third. It stays fair. Snyder with the long throw. It does move Overbeek to second base, but a good play at third by Snyder for the second out.
Well, you're right, Brad. That was a great play by Snyder. Slow roller. It's always tough because it creates a different throwing angle for you from the third baseman throwing back across your body a little bit. He made it look really, that play's not easy, and he made it look easy.
Going to bring up Josh Caron, who's 0 for 2. Look at this play at third from Snyder. Charges in at a ball that was close to bouncing foul and got him by a step.
Playing infield, you better learn how to throw and run. That's how you do it right there.
Again, a first pitch changeup. Swing and a miss by Caron. Big opportunity here for Nebraska this weekend to go 2-1 with a couple of wins over the Big 12. Talking to Coach Will Bolt, said it was non-conference play, specifically midweek games, that he felt cost Nebraska a chance at an at-large. Didn't play well enough. Up the middle, that's through for a base hit. Overbeek around third. 5-1 Nebraska.
He does a great job sliding his hands inside, just gets the barrel in there just enough, Brand, to drive it, and he's strong enough, physical enough. Watch his swing on top of the plate a little bit, slides his hands in there, and squeezes the barrel in there, and throws that ball right back through the middle for a base hit RBI.
Through the first 4 innings of this game, Nebraska had 1 hit. They got 4 in the 5th. And again, seeing hit a 3rd time through. 7th batter of the inning coming up, Tyler Stone. And that's out of play.
I think this would be the last hitter probably for a hit. Either way, I think they're staying with him with a left-left matchup right here with 2 outs. If he doesn't get him, I feel like they're going to make a move. And even if he does get him, I think for sure going out in the next half inning, they would make a move.
Breaking ball right down the heart of the plate. Strike 2 to Stone. 3 runs in for Nebraska here in the top of the 5th inning. First of 3 games today. Coming up next, Oregon against Texas Tech. Ducks undefeated so far this weekend.
Heck, we got baseball here the next 2 weekends in tournaments.
Next week, the Kubota College Series, yes, continues. Arkansas, Oregon State, Oklahoma State, Michigan. The weekend after that, TCU, Texas A&M, USC, Arizona State. Swing and a miss. Stone strikes out. Throw goes into center field, but it doesn't matter, as Carmichael caught the pitch. A strikeout for hit, his 10th, but the Sooners score 3 times in the top of the 5th inning. On top, 5-1 over Oklahoma.
We're at the University of Nebraska today to introduce Poppy to the Husker baseball team. This gives us an opportunity to show the Husker baseball team what they'll be playing for at the Shriner Children's College Showdown.
I wanted to introduce you to somebody really special here. Poppy's here with us today.
When my daughter Poppy was born, she was born with a limb deficiency and was missing her left arm. Throughout the years, Shriners Children's has helped us and provided care for us and given her the confidence to go through life and advocate for herself.
I think they're kind of like family to me. You know, I grew up around them, and they're people who are here for me and here to help me.
The great thing about Shriners is that they give world-class care regardless of the family's ability to pay.
Shriners is a great choice. I think their research is beyond a lot of hospitals, and a lot of doctors and hospitals get their research from Shriners because of how developed they are.
It was clear to see from Poppy's interactions with us all today that, you know, she's had a long-standing relationship with Shriners. I think it's put her in a spot where she's very grateful for Shriners.
One thing we're really excited about is having Poppy with us in Arlington for the Shriners Children's College Showdown.
The Shriners Children's College Showdown unites athletic excellence and the most amazing care anywhere. Shriners Children's is dedicated to improving the lives of children all around the world. All care is provided regardless of a family's ability to pay. To learn more, visit shrinerschildrens.org today. We are lucky to be joined in the booth by Poppy, the Shriners Children's hero representing Nebraska honorary team captain. Poppy, thanks for being here. You seem to be a good luck charm for the Cornhuskers. I know you were here on Friday and Nebraska got things going against Baylor. You jumped into our booths just moments ago. They scored 3 times.
Yeah.
So that's me again, like really exciting for you to not only be this good luck charm, but to be around the team as well. We saw your story a little bit. If you can't tell us more about that and your journey through Shriners.
Yeah, so I was born with a limb deficiency in my left arm, and around the age of 2, I was approached by a local Shriner, and he asked if we've heard of Shriners, and we said no, and that's where everything started.
Well, Poppy, again, you spent time with the Nebraska baseball team as well. Tell me a little bit more about that experience for you and what you got to know about being around Nebraska baseball.
Yeah, they're very welcoming gentlemen, and they're overall very nice.
So far here this week in Arlington, again, you've been here since the tournament started, you know, on Friday. What have you had a chance to do besides watch some baseball?
Yeah, I've gone out and hung out with the team a bit, and we've, you know, they're, as I said earlier, they're very welcoming, and they always want me to be a part of things.
I know you got family here with you as well. Tell us, who's here with you in Arlington this week.
Yeah, so my mom, Amy, is here with me, and my dad, Jeremy.
I got to ask you a question. Now, you were a part of the rally the other day. Now, did Coach Bolt look at you a little while ago and tell you to come on up a half inning early while they were hitting so you could get Nebraska to rally again just a second ago? I need to know if he's got this already planned out, because you're definitely their good luck charm so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's just a coincidence that it happened. But, hey, if I'm up here now, I'm glad I am.
Spikerman gets that under the glove of Carey into center field. Leadoff man is on for Oklahoma here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Spikerman is on for the first time as the top part of the order bats for Oklahoma. And when we saw your video, Poppy, one of the things you said really stood out to me, that the people of Shriners have been like family to you. If you can, tell me a little bit more about your experience with the folks at Shriners.
Yeah, Shriners tries to make the hospital not seem like a hospital, like you're just going in for a checkup, and they try and make you as comfy as possible. And they're really not here to be your doctor. They're here to try and help you.
And not only have they been great for you, but for your family as well. Getting a chance to know your parents, and what has the connection been like between Shriners and your mom and dad?
Yeah, so anytime I have issues, my parents will reach out, and they respond back very quickly, and they're always here for us.
Were you always a big baseball fan, by the way?
Yes, yep.
Does that come from your mom or your dad?
My dad.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is he, pro baseball wise, who's your dad rooting for?
Yankees.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there
yep.
you go.
So a New York Yankees fan. As we play baseball here in Texas, I don't think they like the Yankees a whole lot.
Oh, no.
So did you inherit are you a Yankees fan as well?
Yes.
I'll let you in a little secret. I'm a Texas guy as well, but I too am a Yankees fan. So I'm right there with you. Do you have a favorite Yankee? Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton. They just got Juan Soto.
I don't really have a favorite. I just like the team in general.
Now runners first and second now. Madrid reaches. Oklahoma's got something going here in the bottom of the 5th inning, Ty.
Well, they're going to have to answer back. I mean, down 5-1. Nebraska just comes off a rally, and offensively, and they're in a part of the order where they can do that, but offensively, you always want to answer back, obviously, to give you a chance to win a game. But even momentum-wise and spirit-wise in your dugout, it's important to have great at-bats, get back in this game.
Poppy, you have to ask, had you been in a Major League ballpark before?
I have not.
So this is your first time experiencing this.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Globe Life Field and what you've seen?
Yeah, it's a great experience to be here, and I'm overall very grateful.
Any chance you're going to walk out here wearing a Rangers hat?
No.
Easton Carmichael batting here for Oklahoma. It is a 5-1 lead for Nebraska. Got 3 runs at the top of the inning. OU trying to respond here. Brain Freeman, Ty Harrington, joined by Poppy, the honorary team captain for Nebraska. Saw that during the game yesterday when the Cornhuskers were playing Texas Tech, you were honored on the field as well. Had a chance to kind of stand there on the field. What is it like for you to actually be there field level, have all the fans kind of watching you and your video playing on the video board? What was that like for you?
Yeah, it's very nerve-wracking being out there, but you're supported by the team and the fans, and they want you out there.
I asked about your favorite player with the Yankees. Let's take things back to Nebraska here for a second. You got to meet the team. Who was your favorite player to meet with the Cornhuskers?
I don't really have a favorite player. I'm not a favorite. And, they're all great guys, and they've all been here and supporting me throughout this.
That is the right answer, by the way. Can't play favorites with the guys. Ty knows that as a coach.
Yeah. I like the way she used the word gentleman. That says a lot.
Yep.
I mean, it says a lot about Nebraska's players and you as well. And but that's fun to hear.
Inning began with a single for Spikerman. Madron to walk. Nobody out here. Drew Christo in some trouble in the 5th. In the air, and that's going to drift foul. Christo, the 3rd pitcher that Will Bolt has used today. Start of the game with Caleb Clark, then to Tucker Timmerman for 1 out and 1 huge out. A strikeout with the bases loaded in the third. And now Cristo is fouled away. Count remains 2-2.
I mean, this potentially, is a big moment at this point. Carmichael's been so good at the plate today, and so far he's battled off 2 tough pitches that Cristo has thrown at him. This is a fun at bat and battle. He fouls another one off. Those are tough pitches too, Brad. He's run the ball in on him twice and then away from him.
So Poppy, again, we mentioned you being on the field, you have a chance to be introduced to the crowd, your video playing on the video board, spending time with the team, but you've also now come to the broadcast booth twice. So I have to ask, is this your favorite experience of all or not?
I have to say yes.
It is?
Yes.
So Ty, how about that? Her favorite experience.
She said she has to say yes. I don't know if it's because you're standing up here with us, or is it? I mean, she says I have to say yes.
But keep in mind, when she is up here, Nebraska's been playing well.
No, that's true. That part is very true.
Throw back to second, and Spikerman's back in.
I think she was secretly sent up here by Coach Ball to get a rally going last half inning.
Potential for a big inning here for Oklahoma. In the air to center field. And drifting over and making the catch, Silva. That will be a productive out, though, as Spikerman's going to advance to third. Cristo fortunate, or glad to have the first out of the inning. But now man at third base, it's going to bring up Michael Snyder.
Well, that was just a great at-bat. Look, he didn't get a hit out of it. He did advance the lead runner 90 feet into scoring position to third base. But a tough at-bat, great battle between the pitcher and the hitter right there. A lot of foul balls, tough pitches, found them off, and then finally a fly ball to center field.
So, Poppy, what grade are you in?
What's that?
What grade are you in?
I'm a freshman in high school.
Freshman in high school.
Yes.
What is it you like to study the most?
I'm a big history and English person.
History and English. Is there any particular history that you like? Like U.S. history, world history?
I like U.S.
U.S. history. I know it's always early to be asking somebody who's only a freshman in high school, but have you thought about, college potentially and what's next after high school?
I haven't thought about colleges personally, but I've thought about jobs.
Jobs? What kind of job would you like to, what kind of career field would you like to get into?
Something in finance or something in the medical field.
See, Ty, for a second, I thought she was going to say broadcast.
I was waiting. I actually thought she was going to say that as well. And then I actually thought she said, well, I'm just going to go to University of Nebraska and study broadcasting.
I do think it's great you say the medical field because of everything that Shriners has done for you. Is that kind of a source of inspiration for you potentially to get into that?
Yeah, it is.
That's popped up in the infield, and the catch is made by Overbeek. So the Sooners' first 2 batters of the inning reached. Since then, Cristo's gotten 2 big outs, and now 2 down to the inning.
Well, that's a huge out right there, not being able to get the guy in from third base with less than 2 outs, 90 feet away. You need a big hit right here for OU to kind of crawl back into this in this moment and not let the moment get away from them, where they had the first 2 guys get on in this inning with nobody out.
Trying to keep this Poppy streak going. Nebraska scored 3 times to her in the booth in the top of this inning, trying to get out of a jam at the bottom and keep this a 4-run lead as Garza Gongora bats and fouls it off for strike 1. I have to say, by the way, as somebody who's been to Yankee Stadium before, if your dad's a Yankees fan and now you are too, you've been here to Arlington, you've got to find your way eventually. You got to talk to Dad about it to get to the Yankee Stadium.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a base hit for Garza Gongora, able to come through for Oklahoma. A runner is in. Spikerman scores. It's a 5-2 game.
Well, it's just a great at-bat and a big moment for OU at that point in time. They had a chance. Nebraska had a chance to get out of there with no run scored. First baseman's having to hold a runner. It wouldn't make any difference. That ball was in the 4-hole all the way. Scores a run, lead runner all the way to third base as well. So OU keeps their rally alive.
Going to bring up Kendall Pettis, 6th batter of the inning. And runners once again on the corners. Madra to third, Garza Gongora at first. OU trying to chip away the lead even further. 5-2 Nebraska. And that's in the dirt. Trying to start off Pettis with a breaking ball. Got a fairly big pitch coming up in this game now. Got a hitter's count with a runner at third. And this 2-0 is all the way to the backstop. That's going to bring in another run. Madron scores, and just like that, Pettis now represents a tying run. It's 5-3.
The base hit to right field got him to third base, and he just pulls his fastball. He was set up in, pulls it back across the other side of the plate. He's not able to reach over there and keep it from getting to the backstop. That was a 92-plus fastball, just pulled on the other side of the plate.
Bullpen is active for Nebraska. You wonder if Pettis reaches, would that be it for Christo? It's battled back from 3-0, now 3-2. Look at the Sooners pin. So far in this game for Oklahoma has belonged to James Hitt, but his pitch count is getting up there. Don't know if we'll see him in the 6th. Full count. Struck him out. So Drew Christo gets a strikeout, but the Sooners scored twice in the inning. It is a 2-run game. Poppy, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your stay in Arlington.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks again to Poppy for sharing her story from Shriners College. At the end of 5, it's 5-3 Nebraska.
Today I get to introduce my grandson Wyatt to the Oklahoma Sooner baseball team.
Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Wyatt was a patient at Shriners Children's St. Louis.
When I was born, I had an extra finger on both hands, extra thumb right there and an extra thumb right there. And when I was about 6 months old, I got them surgically removed by Shriners.
So he's had 4 surgeries, 15 visits so far, and we will continue annual visits until he's 18.
I've been here for quite some time now, so I've seen, what Shriners Hospital can do for those kids.
His first day of kindergarten, he comes home and tells his mom and said that we toured the library, and he said,
Mom, I want to write a book to prove that little kids can do big things and to tell other people it's okay to be different.
No different than us. We want to write our story. Every team has a different story, and if he can share that with our team, it's going to make a big impact on our kids.
We've helped over 1.6 million kids, and I'm so grateful that my grandson is one of them.
Each team with some offense in the 5th inning. Nebraska scores 3 times. The Sooners score twice. It is a 2-run game as we go to the top of the 6th inning. And a new pitcher in now for the Sooners. Brad Pruitt, the freshman, on the hill for Skip Johnson, trying to keep this a 2-run game.
Yeah, this whole weekend's been fun, brand baseball-wise, and the brand of baseball. But we've had an opportunity to see some really good-looking young pitchers.
Oh yeah.
Get out here and get their spikes on the mound out there, and also out on the field, and just good-looking body, arms. So far, all of them have been able to control their emotions for the most part when they get out there. Sometimes as a coach, you really never know what that's going to look at, which is part of the reason why you want to play such great competition in this type of venue. So this is going to be his opportunity to get out there and get started in Division I baseball as well.
OU starter James Hitt finishes 5 innings, strikes out 10. Gave up 5 runs, only 3 of them earned, as Gabe Swanson leads off the 6th inning here for Nebraska. And facing Brad Pruitt. 1 ball to no strikes. Pruitt played his high school baseball not too far from here in Arlington at Denton Geyer. The top 20 right-handed pitcher out of the state of Texas coming out of high school. And this is his debut appearance for OU. Facing Swanson, who struck out twice. And he's behind Swanson, 3-0.
One of those moments, first time out there today, get a deep breath. Lock in on the mitt.
Walks him on 4 pitches. You said it, Ty. Again, you're pitching near your hometown. Got to have friends and family here in a big league ballpark. Have to figure that emotion's running a little bit high. Some nerves settling in right now for Pruitt as he walks Swanson on 4 pitches.
Yeah, and I think he's having a little technical with the pitch calling. I think with I can see Skip coming out now, and there's a lot of different ways that they can get the pitches in. And going back to what you said, Brent, I mean, look, there's a lot of, excitement, right? And it's amped up. A lot of times when you're amped up like that, you saw ball 4, it'll be up in the strike zone. Not big misses either, by the way, but just elevated a little bit, which is, sometimes normal for guys to be excited and certainly to get out there. And so I think at this point too, going down to the bottom third, the lineup, Nebraska, they go to try to create some offense off of him, take a couple pitches until he proves he can throw a strike.
Yeah, we just saw Skip Johnson come out to give Brad Pruitt a replacement piece of equipment. Spoke to Coach Johnson about team culture and just how important it is to preserve core values within your program. And he's always trying to make his players not just better baseball players, but better men. And he always asks his players, what mark are you going to leave behind? Spoken like a true leader.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody wants to be something.
Runner takes off, and no throw from Carmichael. Swanson swipes second base without a throw.
Oh, this is just a great jump right here. He gets good read, leg up. As soon as the front foot comes up, he's out of there. Carmichael unable to come up with a throw to second.
There's a strike on the fastball from Pruitt, 2-2.
See the arm strength. That's a 90-plus fastball.
Two to Bradford. Puts this one in the air to center. Pretty well hit. And at the warning track, the catch is made by Spikerman. Boy, that ball hung up for a long time. It will move Swanson over to third base. That's the first out of the inning.
He'll get a couple handshakes and high fives with a great at bat and advancing that runner 90 feet. That's a good at bat. Good swing on it, middle of the field, drove it to the deep part of the park. You can see it right there. His teammates acknowledging what he just did. Moving that runner into 90 feet away from scoring with less than 2 outs. Now, Oklahoma's going to have to, Sooners are going to have to come bring their infield in, try to cut the run off at home plate.
All drawn in here for Skip Johnson. And the first pitch to Cole Evans, ball 1. Again, that ball is hit to deep center, just shy of the 407 sign in center field. Ty and I had the chance to kind of relay the story for you yesterday, the uniqueness of the dimensions here at Globe Life Field. It's not 400 feet, it is 407, the number 7 for Pudge Rodriguez, the former Ranger great. We've seen a statue outside the ballpark here. A lot of great years at Texas. Later won a World Series with the Florida Marlins. You see the 410 signs just to the left and right of the 407. The number 10 for Michael Young. His jersey retired here at Texas, part of those back-to-back World Series teams in 2010 and 2011. On the ground at third, great backhand by Snyder, throw to home, the tag, Carmichael, got him.
What a play. Brand, I know we're going to get a chance to look at this. This is just a great play with Snyder right here. Ball to his left. Watch this. Backhand ball goes to his knees. He's still got to clear a throwing lane. See Carmichael up towards the mound area to take the throw. See that right there? It creates a throwing lane so you don't throw into the runner. Applies a tag perfectly, shows the umpire. He made it look easy. That was a tough play, tough backhand in a big moment for the Sooners.
Again, Carmichael had that tough defensive play early in the game that led to 2 runs. But you said it, Ty, he's come back with some big at-bats, some big blocks in the dirt, and that was a really nice play at the plate there to get the out.
Yeah, that was a great play. Again, started with Snyder, started with a pitch. It was a great pitch, a great sequence of pitches from the freshman to Pruitt to go out there and make those pitches. He threw the breakers and got ahead in the count. And, you know, again, your defense, the value of defense is so important in any game, but it's certainly so important in college baseball because we've seen the other side of it today in today's game as well.
Well, that's going to be it for the freshman Brad Pruitt making his debut. Oklahoma going to the bullpen. Coming into the game, Carter Campbell. We're back after this from Arlington on Flow Sports. For the second time of this tournament, Skip Johnson is turning to Carter Campbell. Saw him in the opener on Friday against the Ducks. A couple of strikeouts in an inning of work against Oregon. And on the mound now, trying to keep this 2-run game with Nebraska on top, 5-3. Moments ago, got a great defensive play from the Sooners. Infield drawn in. And it was OU third baseman Michael Snyder with a bullet to Easton Carmichael, cutting off the run at home.
Well, that was a great play. Again, the fielding part of it first, and then creating a throwing lane and being able to apply the tag in time to get the runner. And I think what you're seeing Skip do here, Skip Johnson do, the head coach from OU, he's going to play the odds right here and go to the left-left matchup. A little more experience on the mound, trying to get in this inning where it is right here, and then move on into the bullpen. You know, whether it's he's out there for just one hit or a couple hitters, but right now it is about getting Silva out, who had a great at-bat to kind of get things started an inning before.
Campbell ate up a lot of innings last year for Oklahoma. More than 59 innings of work. Won 6 games, struck out 39. And finished the year with a 5.61 ERA, facing Riley Silva, who got a single back in the 5th. You know, the other outfield dimensions have significance with players whose numbers have been retired here in Texas. That's why you see a 334 sign for Ryan Nolan's number 34. A 1 A ball and a strike tucked away into the deep part of the left field corner is a 329 sign. That's for Adrian Beltre.
That guy didn't have any fun playing.
Oh my gosh. Probably one of the biggest fan favorites in this franchise's history, the Texas Rangers. Massive part of those World Series teams, along with Michael Young, Josh Hamilton, Ian Kinsler, really talented team back then. 372 to 72 sign, noting the year that the Rangers moved to Arlington. The former Washington Senators moving to Texas in the early 70s.
You are not dating yourself, you're dating me, because I remember a lot of this.
You were a young 30-year-old watching Senator games.
Yeah, easy now.
3 balls, 1 strike to Silva. Get me over strike with a changeup, 3-2.
Now you got a runner going. First baseman's going to go play behind the runner at first base to cover up the 4-hole, give him a little bit more coverage. You can see him stand 3-4 steps behind him. As soon as a pitcher picks his foot up, he'll move back even a little bit more to try to create a little more coverage with a left-handed hitter up.
Top of the order, due up next. Campbell has that ball hit towards the gap in right center, and that's going to get down for a base hit. And heading over to third base, Cole Evans, he's coming home. Throw to the plate is not in time. 6-3 Nebraska. How about the base running from Cole Evans?
Wow, you talking about flying around the bases. This is practice. This isn't something that you just do in the middle of a game or say, hey, let's try this. This is a practice play by OU. But first of all, another unreal at bat by Silva. But watch this right here. Watch him. Look at his base coach. He knows he's going. Once he moved up the line, gave him the green light, he knew he had a chance to score. That is really aggressive and unreal base running by the Huskers.
Well, a huge 2-out RBI there for Nebraska. Lead back up to 3. And back at the top of the order to Caden Brumbaugh, who doubled in his last at-bat.
I'll tell you what was even as impressive as that. Silva's at bat number 1. Silva, when he hit it, came flying out of the box. He looked like he was going to second base, had to toss the brakes on and then saw what was going on in front of him with them sending him home, and then he advanced as he's stealing now.
Yes, he is, without a throw. Can you spell chaos with an N?
Yeah, you can spell it with chaos, but let me tell you what, that young man can run, and if that's what you got at the bottom of your order at 9-hole, and then in creating offense and flipping it to the top of your order, that's a good lineup.
Was making a reference, obviously, to Oklahoma's ability to run the bases.
No, I'm sorry. I got excited watching Silva run the bases. I mean, I love to watch guys play with such aggression and instincts. I mean, and now, look, I mean, he's a wild pitch away. Or doesn't even have to get that far off because he's so far off at third base because of the left-handed pitcher and third baseman deep. And, I mean, he creates, I guess you could say, his own chaos.
Yep. Well, Ty, you are fired up.
I am. I love to watch guys run the bases. I mean, I just, it's so much fun. It changes the game so much that 90 feet plus, and you know, you can see how extended his lead. He'll be even get even more. Anything that just barely gets away from the catcher, he's got a chance.
Good block from Carmichael. Going to keep Silva at third base.
Yeah, he knows it too, and he knows he's got to get down there and work hard, and he's been working hard all game anyway. You know, early in the game, he was having to get those knees often enough with the breakers from hit, and so both these guys have done a pretty good job, by the way, getting to the knees and blocking balls today.
And struck him out looking. But Nebraska coming through with 2 outs, and as Ty said, with some aggressive and good base running. Riley Silva delivering a 2-out single, driving in Cole Evans. It's 6-3 Huskers heading into the bottom of the 6th.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
Sometimes you just need a little wonderful in your life. So why not go to a place made for it? Arlington, Texas. Come see for yourself why Arlington is a world of wonderful.
Kane Brown in the Air Tour. Saturday, September 14th, Globe Life Field. Special guests, Cole Swindell, Locash, and Ray Lynn. Crossover superstar Kane Brown Live. So thank God I get to on sale now at KaneBrownMusic.com. Presented by AEG Presents.
Watch me. Watch me tumble, jump, and soar. When our squad is on point, we own the floor. Dazzling stunts and dances are my jam. Pain once caused issues, but they had a plan. A life-changing brace with no surgery to fear. Activity without limits, one more reason to cheer. Watch me. Industry-leading scoliosis treatment at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
A look at the Chuck Morgan plaque and booth here at Globe Life Field. One of the legends in Major League Baseball as a public address announcer, getting ready for his 46th year in pro baseball. He has announced starting lineups for 3,244 consecutive big league games. He has not missed a home game for Texas or Kansas City since he started in Major League Baseball more than 40 years ago.
How impressive was that to look at the memorabilia in there and all the things that could you imagine if he could just get into that in his eyesight and his brain, all the different things that he's done and the stories that would come out. And I had a chance to be around him when we had a first pitch dinner, leadoff dinner at Texas State, and he came in with Nolan Ryan and did their thing on stage, and it was so special and fun. But I mean, just think about if you could just get a film to come out of all the things that are inside of him, things he's seen, would be so fun.
Very synonymous with the phrase, it's baseball time in Texas when the Rangers take the field. And baseball video game fans might recall his voice as well. The PA announcer for Major League Baseball video games for Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Well, you've hit the big time when that happens. You're good at what you do when that happens.
So, Ty, I have to ask, what is your favorite baseball video game?
I knew you were going to ask that. And
something on Atari.
Yeah, well, yeah, we didn't really have them. I don't know. I've watched our guys, and throughout my coaching career, I would watch our players take them on the road with them, which as a coach is not a bad thing, right? Keeps them from running around and gives them a baseball mindset per se. And but personally, I can say I've never played one before.
Well, that is disappointing.
Well, yeah, but you gotta imagine now. I was seeing a lot of baseball going on, and it seemed like sometimes in some of the games I was involved with, real games, it seemed like it was a video game. But
Willits rolls one to a second. Brumball makes a play for the first out.
Yeah, a good pitch and a good job. And you couldn't push the stop button in some of the games I was involved with, or pause, either one.
I love how you first said the stop button. If there was any indication you don't know video games, that was it right there.
Oh, thanks.
All right, so back to business here. Cornhuskers leading 6-3. Drew Christo still on the mound. Or beg your pardon, actually Kyle Froelich on the mound now for Nebraska. We've gone from number 25 to number 26. So Froelich, beg your pardon, Kyle Froelich on now. Senior right-hander, another Canadian from Saskatchewan. On the hill here for the Cornhuskers. And facing Isaiah Lane, who fouls that away. A ball and 2 strikes.
Not that unusual to see teams go to multiple and several arms this time of year because everybody's it's new. They don't want to overexpose them, and then tournament play, you know, 3 exciting games, and you know the front end pitchers are at 80 pitches, so you know the back end guys, you're going to try to piece it together, and you got 3 games that you're trying to piece together. So it's not unusual to see guys go out there for an inning, maybe 2, you know, or a guy go get a hitter or something like that this time of year, then particularly like on a Friday night, and so they can come back on a day like Sunday.
This, by the way, the debut appearance for Kyle Fralick in a Huskers uniform, this time last year at Northwestern State out of the Southland Conference. Led the Demons with 23 appearances in relief a year ago. 2.70 ERA, more than 36 innings of work, and induces a pop-up of Isaiah Lane. And right there is Evans, 2 outs in the 6th inning.
What if I told you that Rob Childress was the assistant at Northwestern State way back in the day, an assistant to Dave Van Horn, who was the head coach at the University of Arkansas. Way back, and let me tell you, Northwestern State, Mitch Gaspard came out of there as well. There's been a ton of great coaches that coached at Northwestern State in Louisiana.
In Natchitoches, Louisiana.
That is correct.
Probably one of the most mispronounced college city names you'll ever see, because the spelling is nothing like the pronunciation.
No, but it is a cool little town. I mean, they go in there and they have the meat pies in there that are unbelievable all over the town. I mean, it is a unique little spot. There are a lot of great baseball players and a lot of great coaches that have come through that program. Jim Wells, who was a head coach at Alabama for a long time, who was in the College Baseball Hall of Fame.
Walk, strikes out looking. So in his debut, Kyle Fralick retires the Sooners in order. Ends the inning with a strikeout of Jason Walk. We go to the 7th. 6-3 Nebraska here on Flow Sports.
Watch me. Watch me jump, dive, and splash. Put me by a pool, I'll be soaked in a flash. A girl in the water to swim like a fish. Just 2 simple legs, that was my wish. I'm a sea turtle, shark, a seal on a slide. This is my day of fun, with nothing to hide. Watch me. Pioneers in orthotic and prosthetic technology at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Protecting what matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's threats come from behind, above, and below, and we make sure those who serve stay ahead of them by connecting platforms necessary to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber, using technologies that protect in the same moment they detect. The mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen.
Nebraska on top, 6-3. Cornhuskers got a big 5th inning, 3-run scoring for Nebraska in the 5th. Got some big base hits. Joshua Overbeek, a 2-run single. One of those hits for the Huskers in that frame. And Josh Caron later in the inning delivering an RBI single, part of that 3-run 5th. And then in the 6th inning, insurance added from Riley Silva. Driving in Cole Evans, who had tremendous base running, scoring all the way from first base on that 2-out single. So we go to the top of the 7th, and Nebraska leading 6-3 over Oklahoma. New pitcher in, meanwhile, for Skip Johnson, Jet Lotus in now for the Sooners. 26 innings of work last year, and this is first appearance of 2024. Strike 1 to Josh Overbeek, who starts the 7th inning. That changeup misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. You saw the replay of Overbeek's big 2-run base hit. He has been on twice in this game. He's also scored twice.
You know, both these teams aggressive on the bases. You know, Oklahoma, aggressive steals. You know, you've documented a couple times already in their games this weekend, and their numbers speak for themselves. But
up the middle, good snag there by Lotus. Throw kind of took Garza-Gongora off the bag, but able to stay there enough to get the outs, and one away here in the 7th.
Well, you're going to see this go right back to him. He goes back over, kind of backhands this ball. And at that point, a lot of times coaches want you to kind of run as far as you can and underhand it for that very reason right there. They're not used to always making those throws like infielders. You'll see him overhand this, take a little off of it, sidearm it just a little bit. Hey, but it's an out.
It'll work. They're still in Carey. The 3-hole hitter here for Nebraska. Game 1 of a triple header. Red Raiders, Ducks coming up next. The nightcap and the finale to this incredible season opening tournament. Tennessee against Baylor. The only team unbeaten so far is Oregon. The Ducks are 2-0.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game next.
That ball is hit in the air to center. Spikerman, well in front of the warning track, has it for out number 2. And really the story for the Ducks has been their bullpen. Been nearly untouchable 2 games in.
Well, I'm telling you, their bullpen and their defense. And advancing them runners, they're 90. When they get guys on third base so far with less than 2 outs, or even with 2 outs, they've been able to get the guys in. But I'm with you, Brand. I think their bullpen quality, and he talked about the depth. Before we even got into this tournament, he talked about they had improved their bullpen depth.
Here's Josh Caron. Nobody on, 2 away. That's ball 1, just missed. Nebraska here in Arlington. The Huskers on the road for the first 11 games of the year. Play their first home game March 8th against South Alabama out of the Sun Belt Conference. So saw the Ducks in the building, the Red Raiders here as well, coming off their win over Nebraska yesterday, getting 3 2-out runs in the top of the 9th inning.
They're having some fun in that, waiting for between games. You know what's funny about, or not funny, if you've never done this before, you probably can't appreciate it like I can. Is it when you see him like that off to the side, just got done taking BP, maybe the pitchers are out over there right now, the hitters might be taking BP, and they're having a good time cutting up. What's different about baseball players is they can be sitting over there cutting up, watching the game, learning something while they're watching it too, about, you know, maybe their opponent or different things, their friends playing another team. But as soon as this game's over, light switch goes on.
Yep.
And they change channels in their mind and they get ready for game time.
Brought up Nebraska's home opener coming up in a couple of weeks, March 8th. And Nebraska really tough to beat in Lincoln. They haven't had a losing record at home in more than 20 years. They were top 10 in the nation in attendance a season ago, so a lot of great support back home in Lincoln. Some of the fans have traveled here to Arlington. And they've watched Nebraska split their first 2 games, leading game 3. The full count here to Josh Caron, who shoots one up the middle and smacks a base hit in front of Spikerman, and Caron is on for the 2nd time.
Well, Nebraska's done such a good job today of hitting the ball in the middle of the field, getting their barrel square to the baseball, hitting it back up the middle, staying on the ball a long time. It's been fun to watch these guys hit. And you were talking about Nebraska a minute ago. It was so interesting last night as I was watching that late game on my phone, and there were Nebraska fans sitting behind me, and they were interested in watching the game. Nebraska fans love Nebraska. It could be football, baseball, all the above. And they travel well. I mean, it's important to them, and you can see it in the attendance today, and all, you know, all throughout Arlington and all the different restaurants I've eaten at. You'll notice there'll be Nebraska fans around.
That's what I've noticed too about the crowds that have turned out here, and you just kind of mill around the city of Arlington this week. You know, the fans from each of the programs are there to watch their teams first and foremost, but they're baseball fans. They're coming here to watch all the games.
Yeah, they're fans. That's correct, Brand. That's a great way to put it. And they are fans of the baseball. They feel like, hey, if we're going to go down here to this beautiful ballpark, let's Let's take it all in.
High fly left field. Pettis is back, and he will make the catch going into the wall. Tyler Pettis has been unreal this weekend with his outfield defense, able to hold on, crashing into the wall here in Arlington.
Wow.
And pops right back up. Maybe a play that sparks something in the Sooners.
What a catch. Brant, this is going over his head, turns. He knows the fence is coming. He's only played in his park twice. Doesn't know for sure, and then catch it. Bam! What a
catch.
catch.
On that play, it is time to stretch in Arlington. Oklahoma coming to bat, trailing by 3.
Watch me. Watch me shine with every snap. Born to move fans, to cheer and clap. 2 different legs, that's how I play. One built from science to help me on the day. Between these lines, I'm all heart and muscle. Don't stare too long, you'll miss the hustle. Watch me. Pioneers in prosthetic technology at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Globe Life Field is your home for college baseball with 3 full weekends of action starting February 16th at the home of the Texas Rangers. It all starts with the Shriners Children's College Showdown presented by Kubota, featuring Baylor, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, Oregon, Tennessee, and Nebraska. Next is the Kubota College Baseball Series with Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Michigan, and Oregon State in weekend 2, and TCU, Texas A&M, Arizona State, and USC for weekend 3. To get tickets and learn more, visit globelifefield.com/collegebaseball.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment.
We talked about Kendall Pettis for Oklahoma. This is the great catch he had last night against Tennessee. And what was an incredible game in the win over the Volunteers. Well, moments ago, Kendall Pettis just made another incredible catch in the outfield for OU, crashing into the wall, robbing the Sooners of another run. A little slow to get up, but eventually back up onto his feet into the dugout, and he has been electric in the outfield for the Sooners.
That is fearless, competitive, defensive, unbelievable outfield play. That changes the games. The score, obviously taking scores away and then giving your team outs. I mean, it's just so much, the defensive value, and there's so much to it. And to watch guys go out there and give it their bodies up to go make those plays, that's not easy, by the way. He made those diving catches look so easy. That is not easy, first and foremost. And then knowing you're going to hit that wall and still able to hold on to the baseball.
New pitcher for the Cornhuskers. And now they've gone from Kyle Frelick to Kyle Perry. Frelick, his first year at Nebraska. Perry is a vet for the Sooners. He's in after the 1 inning from Frelick. This is the second appearance, by the way, for Perry in the tournament. Pitched against Baylor on Friday. And a perfect inning against the Bears. That ball up the middle, going to get on through for Spikerman, his second straight base hit. And a good start for the Sooners here in the bottom of the 7th.
Just what they need to try to get, hopefully, this inning started. If you're a Sooners fan, driving that ball just back up the middle, stayed on that changeup away from him, was able to keep the barrel in there long enough and hit it hard enough to get him between the second baseman and the shortstop.
Perry, the pitcher, has been with Nebraska since pre-COVID, going back to 2019. Here's Madron. Strike 1 from Perry. A 6-year grad on the mound here for Nebraska. That ball well hit, right field. Madron going deep, and that is gone. Cuts this to a 1-run game. Bryce Madron has the Sooners' first home run of 2024.
Well, Madron does a great job, Brant, of recognizing off-speed pitch. Gets out there, sets his hands up, gets into a low position, holds it there just a little bit, gets something he can pull. And I mean, he leverages this barrel to drive his baseball out to right field. Watch this right. He sees off-speed pitch, speeds that barrel up. He knew it 3 steps out of the box. That ball was out of here.
12 homers for the Sooners a year ago. First of this year. And that's a foul ball hit by Carmichael. And Madron, honorable mention, all Big 12 honors last year. Only Sooner with an OPS over 1,000. Just delivered a huge hit. And this is now a 1-run game. Still nobody out as Carmichael takes ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, you hear people say all the time, we talked about it even early today, and I've said I probably need to quit saying it so much. Everybody talks about how baseball can be slow. That ball smoked back up the middle too. And then just like that, the score changes. Baseball happens, and it can happen to you in a hurry.
Again, you saw that incredible catch from Kendall Pettis in the last half inning. Maybe just gave some juice to that
momentum
Oklahoma dugout.
Oh, now come on. I mean, that's an unreal unreal play. I mean, it saves a possible run, you know, later on in that inning. I mean, a great catch. It gives you energy, and I mean, the value of defense and making plays like that, it pumps everybody up, and then obviously helps you and clear out the bases and get going.
Now Snyder up there swinging. Fouls it off himself. Nothing new one from Kyle Perry. We have to take you back to this catch from Kendall Pettis again.
Well, not everybody wants to do that.
If OU comes back to win this game, you're going to remember that play. That's fouled away. Nothing to Michael Snyder, who he himself had a really good defensive play at third. OU's, you know, the day started with a bad defensive play, but since then, Oklahoma's defense has been tremendous.
Yeah. Project to plan and great coaching, meaning, hey, something bad happens, game keeps going. Got to keep playing. Go make another great play. And that's certainly what they've been able to do.
Snyder takes that one low, ball 1.
And Carmichael for this 3rd hit. You know, the mistake early in the game, and
1 ball, 2 strikes. Struck him out. That was a pitch Perry needed after giving up 3 straight base hits, including a home run, and 1 out here in the 7th inning.
That's called a reverse pitch. And what I mean by that is, to the hitter, he's looking change-up, breakers, something secondary off the plate away from him to try to strike him out with, and then he comes in and dots him with an inside fastball at 87, 88 miles an hour, but to him it probably looked 94, 95 miles an hour. Perfectly executed from the mound.
Rocco Garza-Gongora has been a tough out for Nebraska today. He's been on all 3 times. A couple of base hits and a walk, and drove in a run in the 5th. Outside on the changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. Garza-Gongora, sophomore from Laredo, Texas. Good freshman year last year for OU, hitting .293. Good throw back to first base, but Carmichael back in. One of the top outfield prospects in Texas coming out of high school, but Garza-Gongora playing at first base for Oklahoma.
That baseball down in South Texas is important. There's a lot of great players down there. You go down and watch a high school playoff game, you're going to bump it. You better get there early, because you're going to bump into about 3,000 to 4,000 people pulling into that game.
The Hispanic Titanic, Ivan Melendez, good South Texas player.
There's a bunch. I mean, that list of, and big leaguers as well, by the way. It's important down there.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. Bottom of the 7th, 2 runs already in for Oklahoma on the homer from Bryce Madron. Carmichael at first base. Perry, back-to-back strikeouts.
Had him thinking he was going to try to go to a breaker away, goes to a fastball away, and I mean, he just cut the outside corner of that plate. Now we may be seeing a pitching change or a change going to a different with the right-handed hitter coming up. Rob Childress on his way to the mound, but I mean, he just absolutely cut that outer half of the plate in the corner in half.
Here comes Coach Childress, and he'll take the ball from the vet, Kyle Perry. Some trouble early in the inning for Perry, but strikes out his next 2 batters. Will hand the ball off to a new pitcher. We're back after this on Flow Sports. Quite the spot to be making your Nebraska debut. Evan Borst, a first-year transfer out of Iowa Central Community College, is in for the first time this season. Look at his numbers from last year in the JUCO ranks. 7 saves, 4.42 ERA, with 2 and 3 and 12 relief appearances. Could also hit quite a bit as well. Two-way player at Iowa Central Community College. He'll face Kendall Pettis. And again, talked about his heroics, that huge catch top of the inning, and how many times, Ty, do you see a guy make a play on defense and then come up with a plate and make a play there?
Yeah, it just seems to happen often enough. And well, first of all, you got to find guys that'll make plays like that guy's made.
Pettis pops this one up, and it is out of play.
And obviously in baseball, even as coaches, you recognize that, by the way. If somebody on the other team makes a great play or somebody does for you, you're like, oh, and he's coming up this half inning. I mean, it just adds a little bit to the excitement. And he's got a positive vibe going up to the plate, right? He's feeling good about something he just did defensively.
Able to lay off. Good cutter there from Borst. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pettis hitless today, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Came back with a breaking ball, 2-2.
Well, that's his pitch. That's what he's in there to do. That's why he's in there right now facing Pettis, is to go in there and throw those breakers. 84, 85 mile an hour breakers. Try to keep it just below his barrel and away from him.
That ball laced into the glove of Overbeek at third. Boy, Pettis, good contacts, but Overbeek in perfect position. However, OU has cut this to a 1-run game. Bryce Madron hits Oklahoma's first home run of the 2024 season. Makes it a 6-5 game in Arlington. Huskers on top. Heading into the 8th inning on Flow Sports.
Watch me.
Watch me paddle, carve, and drop in. The water is my canvas. Let the good times begin. Perfect sets and barrels I chase. Where sand becomes surf, waves set the pace. A childhood accident couldn't ruin my vibes. Thanks to one special place, I've never been more alive. Watch me. Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Elevate your ballpark experience with a tour of Globe Life Field and experience the home of the Texas Rangers like never before. Go behind the scenes and explore premium spaces, unique club settings, luxury suites, and more. Along the way, you'll discover rich history, impressive architecture, and fun photo opportunities around every corner. Globe Life Field's many tour offerings are sure to take your ballpark visit to the next level. For more information and to book your experience, visit globelifefield.com.
With Pie Prime by Solo Stove, you can finally think outside the cardboard box. The best pizza isn't delivered to the front door. It's made in the backyard. It doesn't come from a restaurant. It comes from you. Anywhere can be your favorite pizza spot. Any day of the week, all year long. Pie Prime is the pizza oven that's simple enough to be your first and powerful enough to be your last. Pie Prime by Solo Stove.
Some young ones having a good time on this Sunday afternoon for the third and final day of the Shriners Children's College Showdown. A lot of high-level baseball has been played all weekend long. Got a good one right now. One-run game. 6-5 Nebraska heading into the top of the 8th inning.
I'm giggling because the mom told the son was standing up having a great time waving. Mom said, "Sit down, son, you got to sit down." That would have been me, by the way, is why I'm giggling.
The one telling the kid to sit down, or the one crazy?
Getting told to sit down.
Ironically, right now, Ty is standing up.
Yeah,
I could be telling you to sit down right now.
You could, but it wouldn't help. I can't. It's hard. You know this. You and I've worked together a lot. I love this game so much, and I enjoy it so much, and I have to stand up. I mean, it's how I like to view the game.
Gabe Swanson leading off at the top of the 8th here for Nebraska. Or actually, no, got a pinch hitter up here for the Cornhuskers right now in place of Swanson. And the pinch hitter is Garrett Anglem. Had a big home run against Baylor on Friday. Anglem with a fly ball to right. That is slicing foul, not a play.
I figure if it worked once, let's try it again.
So Swanson finishes his day 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. We'll also see a new left fielder for Nebraska. Anglem, a junior from La Vista, Nebraska. Speaking of left field, by the way, there's Pettis. Made the incredible catch in the 7th inning. Count full, 3-2. Anglem got clipped by that pitch. So runner on for the Cornhuskers to start the 8th inning. And the young bat boy going to take the bat of Anglem back into the dugout.
I'm telling you what, that'd have been so much fun. Look at all the way, knows exactly where he's putting it, knows whose bat it was. Puts it, every hitter's got their spot for their bat, by the way, and he knows exactly where that goes.
Second inning of relief for Jet Lotus. And now Bradford showing a bunt. It's ball 1.
Now, as the game goes on, you get fewer outs, so you start to try the possibility of moving hitters runners into scoring position by bunting, hit and run. A lot of different options for Nebraska right now.
Runner takes off. Carmichael with the throw, and it's not in time.
Yeah, that's fake bunt and steal. That's what we just talking about. There's a lot of different options for them to run at that point in time. That's a classic. Everybody shows bunt. Everybody thinks it's bunt. runner on first is able to get out of there with a great jump and gets to second base. Now, I mean, truthfully, you could go back to a bunt if you want to right now with a left-handed hitter. If you're trying to hit the ball to the right side to get the guy 90 feet to third base with less than 2 outs. Now you'll see Oklahoma back their defense up, get out of that bunt coverage now with 2 strikes, knowing that Bradford's going to probably be swinging right here. Now he's trying to just pull something on the ground to the right side.
Looks at strike 3. So Lotus a strikeout. And 1 out here in the 8th inning. Going to bring up Cole Evans, who had the great base running play earlier in the game. Look at the strikeout here from Lotus. Got him on the inner half.
We saw that ball run back towards the inside corner of the plate. Started probably at his hip and then started moving back with that late tail.
Second strikeout for Lotus today. And OU pitching has piled up the strikeouts here in Arlington.
It's just no set pattern from Skip with his pitchers. I mean, he knows what they do well. Like, if you get in a tight spot, they're always going to, no, not always. Historically, they're going to go to what they do best pitch, best location, whatever. But you don't, when you watch him, there's no, I can't sit up here and go, I know he's going to throw this right here. Second time through the lineup, I know he's going to follow this pattern. I mean, he's just so masterful at calling the game. And now they've got to be able to execute it. Same with Rob Childress. Those guys have still got to be able to execute the pitches.
41 strikeouts for Sooner pitching so far in the tournament, compared to 14 walks. You did see moments ago Skip Johnson's got both a left and right-handed pitcher warming up in the bullpen. Runner goes for third, ground ball to third, and Snyder in position, going to make the tag for the fielder's choice.
Okay, that play. Oh, yeah, that's a great defensive play. All right, runner goes. They were off of him in coverage a little at second. He's stealing third. He opened that hole on the 5-hole. Watch this right here. He breaks. He's got to go cover the bag, and it hit it to him. Had that ball been 2 feet to the left of him, that's a base hit by him trying to steal the base at third base, and then tags him out. Runs him out of the baseline.
Now that'll send Anglem into the dugout. And that might be it for Lotus. And Skip Johnson's going to make a call to the bullpen here for Oklahoma. Coming to the game now for the Sooners, with Oklahoma trailing by run, Jace Minor. 6-5 Nebraska with a change on the hill for the Sooners here on Flow Sports.
Hey, can I get an apple?
Runner on, 2 outs in the 8th inning as Oklahoma has made a call to the bullpen. Jace Minor is in now for the Sooners. Lanky lefty, 6'3", 182, and a first-year transfer to the program from Wichita State. And look at his numbers with the Shockers last year in 44 innings of work at a low ERA, 2.05 last year in the AAC. Now pitching here in the Big 12. And comes in relief of Jet Lotus. And for Minor, this is first pitching appearance at Oklahoma.
Skip Johnson trying to figure out a way to cool down Riley Silva, who's had 2 really excellent at-bats the last 2 times up. Keeping score.
How about that, Tom?
No, I mean, look, I love it.
And it's not old school fans. You got young fans keeping score in the game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's awesome to learn how to, first of all, learn how to score a game and how to do that, and then be a part of it, pay attention. I wonder if his dad's giving him a test at the end of the game.
Well, see, what's funny, Dad has his smartphone out, and the kids have the scorebook. That's in there, a strike from Minor. Going right after Silva. Ty said it, last 2 times up, Silva base hits. Drove in Evans in the 6th inning. One ball, 1 strike.
But that's a tough arm action on left-handed hitters. What I mean by that, that's a low 3/4, right at a 3/4 arm action. And when he steps at the hitter, left-handed hitters, it's almost he's putting so much pressure on your front hip and your front shoulder because his arm's out that way. It's almost like it's coming at you. Get a look at it right here, that right off the shoulder area, kind of steps towards him.
Ground ball to the right side, right to Lane, and that will take care of the Huskers in the top of the 8th inning. So Jace Minor does his job coming out of the bullpen, and now Oklahoma coming to bat trailing by 1. It is a 6-5 game here to Arlington, and a good one between OU and Nebraska.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable Kubota equipment. Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Saturday, June 15th, Globe Life Field, with special guests Tedeschi Trucks Band and Marcus King. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. New album, Higher, available now.
With more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. And Shriners Children's 6 remarkable kids have each teamed up with a participating university for the Shriners Children's College Showdown Team Fundraising Challenge. All weekend long, teams will compete to see which fan base can raise the most money in support of Shriners Children's. Go online to ShrinersShowdown.com to donate in honor of your favorite team today. What an unbelievable weekend of college baseball it has been here in Arlington. High-level play, emotions running high for every dugout here at Globe Life Field. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning in another good one. Nebraska, Oklahoma, 6-5 lead, Cornhuskers, and OU coming to bat. OU got a big 2-run homer in the 7th from Bryce Madron to cut this to a 1-run lead. It remains 6-5 as Jackson Willits leads off the 8th inning here for the Sooners.
It's been a great partnership and a great weekend. The sponsors, Kubota, Shriners, the Rangers, Flow Sports. I mean, this has just been an unbelievable experience for everybody. I mean, look, I've walked around the stadium in between games, and I'll bump into different fans. And even last night, I'll say something to them about, hey, you guys enjoying it? And everybody has been so excited and just unbelievable what this tournament has been in opening weekend. It's been exciting. And
to get all for a great cause. You saw a shot of it out there in center field. More than $145,000 donated to Shriners Children's by the fans that have come to the ballpark, scanning that code out there in center field.
I was talking to Josh Boyd, the assistant general manager for the Rangers last night. He was so accommodating as well.
That ball is caught by Brumball. Hard shot from Willits. Brumball with a good play for the first out of the inning.
That ball was struck well. There's nothing you can do about it. Sometimes the game gets in the way of it. It's a good-looking swing. You can even see the kind of the smirk on his face. He's been on the other end of those before, where it was him. That ball is smashed, gets up, catches it. I know they make it look easy, but it's not. Watch him have to elevate a little bit. Watch it into his glove. Oh, a little snow cone at the top of it.
Big out there for Evan Borst. One out here in the 8th. Now Isaiah Lane. Actually, a pinch hitter has been called up here for OU. Lane called back. Pinch hitter is Jackson Nicholas.
I think he played in game 1.
Nicholas has played the first 2 games. He started game 1 against Oregon. 2 for 6 so far in the tournament. A couple of strikeouts for Nicholas, who will likely platoon second base once he reaches the top of the 9th inning in place of Isaiah Lane. Nicholas pops this one up. No play there for Nebraska. Jackson Nicholas, junior out of Overland Park, Kansas. 2 years ago named to the Big 12's all-freshman team. Had a lot of big at-bats in Oklahoma's run to the World Series in 2022. Remember, that was a really young team then. And had that great run to Omaha. Swing and a miss here, and strikes out. Borst with his first strikeout. 2 up and 2 down to the 8th inning.
Get a chance to look at this right here. Fastball away. I think he was sitting in there, Brent, looking for a changeup or more like that slider that runs back into him. Well, I tell you what, he hammers the outside part of the plate with that fastball. Had good late life to it. Surprised him, not able to foul it off. Strike 3, that's a quality pitch.
Another pinch hitter called up here. It is Carter Frederick in place of Jason Walker, the DH spot. Frederick 1 for 3 here in the tournament. And takes inside on a breaking ball, 2-0. Frederick with a fly ball hit out towards center field. Silva on the run. He'll make the catch, and Evan Borst makes quick work of the bottom part of the OU order in the 8th inning. To the 9th we go. 6-5 Nebraska here at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas.
Watch me. Watch me jump, dive, and splash. Put me by a pool, I'll be soaked in a flash. A girl in the water to swim like a fish. Just 2 simple legs. That was my wish. I'm a sea turtle, shark, a seal on a slide. This is my day of fun, with nothing to hide. Watch me. Pioneers in orthotic and prosthetic technology at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
Protecting what matters most is the mission that matters most. At Lockheed Martin, we know today's threats come from behind, above, and below, and we make sure those who serve stay ahead of them by connecting platforms necessary to dominate every domain across air, land, sea, space, and cyber, using technologies that protect in the same moment they detect. The mission is a safer, more secure world. Our promise is to help make it happen.
And here we are at Globe Life Field, home of the reigning World Series champion Texas Rangers. First world title in franchise history. A remarkable run last year through the postseason. Texas beating Tampa Bay, Baltimore, in-state rival Houston to get to the World Series, and then knocked off the Arizona Diamondbacks to win the title. We go to the top of the 9th inning. And OU trying to keep this a one-run deficit. As Skip Johnson again going to the bullpen. Dylan Crooks is into the 9th inning now for Oklahoma. First-year transfer out of Paris Junior College. And is from the greater DFW area from Euless, Texas. So Crooks in the game now, making his Oklahoma debut. We've said that a few times over now for this OU bullpen.
Well, the Huskers in the right part of their order. Back to the top of the order right here, trying to push something across to create a little bit more spacing between the one-run lead. They're definitely right at the top of it. I'm sure they would love to get somebody on and be able to run their offense.
Crooks, a 6th pitcher OU has used today. 1 ball, 1 strike to Caden Brumball, leadoff man for Nebraska. Had a big double to 5th inning when Nebraska scored 3 times.
I think it reflects the kind of staff that OU has and the depth. 6th pitcher, 3rd game, beginning of the year. I mean, and we're sitting out there watching 90 plus again with power breakers. I mean, that just shows the depth they have.
If you're Nebraska, you would love another run, maybe more here, because the top of the order is coming up for Oklahoma in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Well, both teams are at the top.
Yeah.
I mean, this is how the 9th inning is supposed to land for this kind of game in one-run games.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Brumball. That'll fill the count.
I'll tell you this, I'll take from a coach's perspective, you got a pitching coach in there for Nebraska right now. He's paying attention and rooting for the offense, but what he's done is gone through there and figured out there's Rob Childress right there. He knows exactly who's coming up in the 9th already, how they're going to pitch him, and who they're going to go at him with.
In the air to right field, Madron makes a catch on a back pedal, and 1 away for Crooks here in the top of the 9th inning. We're going to bring up Joshua Overbeek. And so Crooks, the first batter he faces in an OU uniform, able to induce a fly out. Overbeek, one of the big hits for Nebraska today, a 2-run single in the 5th. Grounds this one to first, and it stays fair. Knocked down by Garza Gongora. And Crooks does his job covering over first base, and 2 big outs to start the inning for Oklahoma.
Yeah, and a good play. It seems simple, and you think it is and would be just a routine ground ball to first baseman. But as soon as that ball kind of ricochets off of him, I've seen countless first basemen kind of panic a little bit, overreach, miss the ball trying to pick it up. Watch this right here. He does a good job of setting down on it, Gets away from him, doesn't panic, puts his hand on top of the baseball, picks it up, and flips it to the pitcher covering.
Now Dylan Carey. Single for Nebraska in the first inning. He's got 4 hits so far in this tournament. Unable to check his swing. Doug Williams doesn't call for the appeal and makes the call himself. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nebraska looking for a 2-1 finish to the weekend. So is Oklahoma. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Nebraska, the opening day win to start the year against Baylor. Oklahoma falling to Oregon. On day 2, Nebraska lost to Texas Tech in a game that got away late. OU won a thriller over Tennessee last night. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Crooks out of the bullpen, faces the minimum. Keeps this a 1-run game. OU down by a run and down to his final 3 outs when we come back on Flow Sports. It is a 1-run game right now, and the difference, you go all the way back to the first inning. Nebraska with 2 outs struck out. There was a big strikeout of Tyler Stone, but on the drop third strike, Easton Carmichael throwing to first base, airmailed the throw to Rocco Garza-Gongora, allowed 2 runs to score. And those 2 runs looming really large right now. Part of a 6-run day for Nebraska, and they lead 6-5. Heading into the bottom of the 9th inning. However, silver lining for OU, you got the top of the order coming up.
Well, you sure do. I mean, it couldn't have landed any better for OU lineup-wise and give them a chance. And now with Nebraska making another change on the mound, I mean, our scorebooks on the pitching side of it, probably, it's got like 12 names so far or something like that. But it shows you, again, the depth that both these teams have. And well, buckle up. Here we go. It's the bottom of the 9th.
It's Casey Dice had the save against Baylor on Friday. His second appearance here in Arlington. In that save appearance, got all 3 outs, only gave up 1 hit and had a strikeout of the Bears. Faces Spikerman, Madron, and Carmichael here in the 9th inning.
There you see Spikerman trying to bring the third baseman and or the pitcher, make him try to go over and field a bunt on a drag. And I'll tell you what, those guys get out of the box as quick as Spikerman does. If he gets that drag down or that push, however you want to call it, he can fly down that line. Puts a lot of stress on that defense.
And that's bouncing foul. Well, Spikerman came up with a huge hit last night. The game was tied 1-1 in the 10th inning against Tennessee, and it was John Spikerman, the go-ahead base hit. Really opened the floodgates for the Sooners. Scored 4 times in the top of the 10th, and Spikerman delivers again. Here with a base hit to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. And Spikerman is on for the third time, 3 straight base hits.
Well, that's so similar. The swings, watch, it's almost like a tennis lob that he's hitting that ball over to the left side, just like he did the night before. He kind of drove that ball in the left center, this time directly towards the third baseman. Just kind of keeps that bat in there long enough and lifts it over out to left field for a base hit.
So the tying run is on for Oklahoma to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's Madron. Homered his last time up, a 2-run shot in the 7th inning. And right now represents the go-ahead run.
It doesn't appear they're bunting. You got a runner at first. You got a hole open for the left-handed hitter to pull a ball.
In the dirt and smothered by Karen. That's going to hold Spikerman at first base.
Wow, that was a great read, particularly with nobody out. You know you're the tying run. 2 outs earlier in the game. You might gamble right there and get out of there and try to get second base on ball and dirt. Great job of running the bases, holding up and not going.
Strike 1. Dice in his first year on this Nebraska staff. A JUCO transfer from Pasco Hernandez Junior College. And again, making his second appearance for Nebraska here in Arlington. Fouled away, strike 2.
You know, in baseball, the 9th inning is always just brings out so much. I mean, your emotions, you know the end could be near. You don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it's just the excitement. Not that the game's not exciting all the way, but you get to the 9th inning and everybody's paying attention.
Madron grounds that one foul. And Spikerman's going to have to head back to first base.
It's kind of like I used to tell our players, you don't dream about what you did in the 3rd inning when you're laying in bed. You're laying in bed at night trying to be the hero. You dream about what happens in the bottom of the 9th.
Waiting on deck for Oklahoma, Easton Carmichael. Fly ball hit towards left field. Anglem in perfect position. That's a huge out there because it also keeps Spikerman at first base.
Well, it does. I mean, look, that's their offense with Madron hitting. They were going to let him, left-handed hitter, maybe catch a breaker, pull it to the right side. And I got to be honest with you right now, Dice is doing a good job of holding the run game. He's probably a sub 1.35, meaning time from the mound to the plate to the catcher. And so he's doing a good job mixing his looks up as well.
We showed the replay of the play when Nebraska scored twice in the 1st inning. Right now, the difference in the game on the errant throw from Carmichael. But Ty and I have talked about it since that play. Carmichael at the plate, 3 hits defensively, has been really good, and a chance to atone even more here. Rolls that foul though, and falls behind 0-2.
Well, he's had that day where it didn't start off great. A lot of guys would have folded their 10 and just said, Coach, you know, and you would just bad body language, all those things. He has not. He's done nothing but play outstanding since that moment of it. Just made it, you know, it happens. A part of this game.
Pops it up. Evans a long run. He's going to make the catch behind Brumbaugh, and now the Sooners down to the final out.
Well, it's a good job of getting the ball in on his hands with 2 strikes. Kind of pinned that barrel down in behind him a little bit where all he could do is hit a fly ball out to right field. Right fielder doing a good job of coming in and catching that ball, communicating all the way in on that catch.
Nebraska 1 out away from a winning weekend. Oklahoma down to its final out. This is Michael Snyder, hitless today. 1 for 9 of the tournament. That ball hit well to left. That's going to get down for a base hit. Spikerman on his way to 3rd, and he's rounding 3rd. Play the plate is not in time. This game is tied. Michael Snyder drives in John Spikerman. It's 6-6.
Wow, just one little bobble in the outfield. The left fielder had to go. Swanson had to go a long ways to get the one hop on the line drive. Bobbled it in his glove. The whole time, Spikerman was flying around those bases, trying to get to third base, trying to force what just happened. A slight bobble, came up with it, and they were unable to get the relay in time to get him at the plate. That ball was hammered too, Brant, down the line. Just we've seen bobbles in the outfield this weekend a couple times on ground balls, and allowed to run to score.
Oklahoma down to his final breath, coming through. And now Nebraska is going to elect to walk Rocco Garza-Gongora. A free pass over to first base.
Well, they're going to go with the right matchup, and of course, we've seen what Pettis has done today defensively again and again, but they're going to opt to go to the right matchup, maybe bring that slider into play for him a little bit more, as opposed to with a left-handed hitter. So you see Coach Childress taking his time out there, going to go talk to him about the plan of what they want to try to do.
Oklahoma, a season ago, when trailing after 8, 0-25. But they've come back to tie this game, had the heroics late in the 10th inning against Tennessee last night. And Will Bolt's team was once up 6-3. OU has rallied back to tied at 6.
Well, that's a good coach. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but Coach Childress going out there slowing the game down. Hey, everybody, let's catch our breath. All right, everybody, hold on a second. We knew we were one pitch away from winning this game. Hold on. Let's catch our breath. Here's what we're doing defensively. Here's our alignment. And then the last thing he'll tell him is, here's what we're going to throw. Here's what we're going to attack him with on the first pitch.
And guess who's up? Kendall Pettis, the big defensive play that saved a run from scoring in the 7th inning. And now a chance to deliver here with a winning run at second. Strike one.
Good looking tight fastball right there in on his hands. They went after him last time he came up, or 2 at bats ago, trying to get the ball in on him as well.
And back inside on the changeup again. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Pettis has been remarkable defensively to start the year. At the plate, kind of a different story. 1 for 11. He struck out 5 times. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Could we have extras for a 2nd straight game in Arlington?
Well, you know, if that's the way it's going to be, that's just more baseball for you and I.
And that got a piece of him. Pettis hit by a pitch, and the winning run for the Sooners now 90 feet away.
Well, a lot of things just opened up now. What you got to remind yourself, if you're a Husker fan, but also the players out there and the pitcher, you're 1 pitch away from getting out of this. Settle back down, catch your breath a little bit, go back to pitching like you know you're capable of doing. And now if you're OU, you're 90 feet away. Wild pitch, an error, a lot of different things, an infield hit, or just a regular base hit. So now your opportunities open up quite a bit.
What a spot here for the freshman Jackson Willits. First pitch swinging up the middle, base hit. Sooners are going to win it. An OU walk-off, 7-6, the win over Nebraska.
Look at him celebrate. You don't think college baseball isn't fun? Look at him chase him all the way out into left field. What a great at-bat. First pitch gets it in the middle of the plate, drives it right back up, and the defensive players were right up the middle too. But what an unbelievable comeback by the Sooners in a tremendous first game in the 3rd day of this tournament.
OU down to its final outs. Got the game-tying double from Michael Snyder. 3 batters later, it is the freshman Jackson Willits with his first career walk-off hit at Oklahoma. And how about the final 2 days of this tournament for the visitors out of Norman? They win in 10 innings over Tennessee late last night. First game of the day today, a walk-off win and a walk-off hit for the freshman wearing the double sevens, Jackson Willis. What a finish.
How good do you think he felt when he saw that ball go through the middle of the field? You saw him throw his hands up. He knew exactly what it meant to Sooner Nation, to his teammates. But you're right, Brent. How about the resiliency of the Sooners in the last two games to hang in there, fight from behind, come up with great plays in the defense and the outfield, and then come up with the big hits in the ninth inning.
What a finish again for Oklahoma. And what a game between these two programs who had been long-time rivals. Big 8, Big 12 played each other 250 times, meeting number 251, a classic here in Arlington.
And you know what gets kind of left out of this a little bit? How about OU's pitching the second half of the game? The last 3 or 4 innings, they piece it together using, what, 6, 7 arms to close this thing out, and different angles, different, left and right, and a lot of different guys came in to hold them right there. Great defense again, and gives you a chance to get, the game's never over till it's over.
Boy, if you are Nebraska right now, though, back-to-back tough losses in the ninth inning. It was a tie game against Texas Tech last night, and the Huskers gave up 3 runs, lost 6-3, giving up 2 runs in the ninth inning today and lose 7-6. We're now going to go down to the field to Leandra Perrone, standing by with a hero, Jackson Willis.
Walk-off win to take home 2 here in one of the greatest stages in baseball. What does this win and what did that hit mean to you and the Sooners?
It means a lot. We worked hard all fall, so to finally see it starting to come together out here, it's great.
What is it about this team that just knows how to handle the pressure and bring the excitement in a late game?
We fight every day in practice. It's just as intense as out here with the bottom of the ninth with the bases loaded. So the coaches bring it every day and us players bring it every day.
Bats were swinging great. Defense was killing it. What areas of improvement and growth do you want to see from the team as you want to keep up the momentum heading into the rest of the season?
I think we just got to keep being us. If we play the way we can play, I think we'll be fine at the end of the day. So just play hard and play the way we play every day.
Leaving the weekend with 2 wins. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Leandra. So again, tie. What a finish and what a way to start the final day here in Arlington.
Could you not just hear the excitement? And as he was out of breath, one, from running from his teammates, but two, the excitement of what that represents. They put the work in, they put their time in, and they get a big win.
Oklahoma leaving Arlington with 2 wins in 3 days. Nebraska going 1-2. So for Ty Harrington and our entire Flow Sports production team, I'm Brant Freeman. This has been a presentation of Rev Entertainment and Flow Sports. The final score in this one, Oklahoma 7, Nebraska 6. Stay tuned for Game 2 of the day of the Shriners Children's College Showdown between the Texas Tech Red Raiders and the Oregon Ducks. Coming up next.